Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. This is the place where eerie tales and calming whispers meet, helping you drift into peaceful sleep with a touch of mystery. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Leave a comment below and let me know. And if you're enjoying these nightly journeys, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a night of chilling calm. Now, close your eyes, get comfortable, and let's drift into the unknown together. My father died of pulmonary hypertension when I was 4. People sometimes tell me kids that age don't hold on to much, that memory is foggy before kindergarten, that the mind fills in blanks with stories. I know what I remember. I remember standing on a chair at the third-floor window of my great-grandmother's room because the sill was too high for me. I remember my mother's breath right behind my ear and the way her hand pressed flat and firm between my shoulder blades to keep me from leaning too far. I remember the porch light making a hard white circle on the driveway. I remember the gurney wheels clattering on the concrete and the blanket pulled up too high under my father's chin. The yard trees were stripped to their bones, branches twisting like wire. Their shadows stretched long fingers over the lawn. Those shapes, the sound of metal on stone, my mother's hand not letting me fall, those details never left. So when I tell you what else I remember from that same season, I'm not guessing or making it prettier or worse than it was. I remember. It was mid-October, my favorite stretch of the year, full of cardboard decorations and plastic pumpkins, full of talk about costumes and candy and which houses gave the big bars. I always wanted to be a cat. Ears on a headband, eyeliner whiskers, a tail that dragged and picked up leaves if I wasn't careful. That first time, I was in bed, buzzing with the kind of excitement that keeps sleep just out of reach. My mom cracked the door, saw my eyes open, told me to stop wiggling and go to sleep or I'd be a zombie at preschool. I squeezed my eyelids shut and did the fakest snore, loud and silly, the kind of pretending adults always see through. I waited for her steps to fade. Instead, the door creaked again. The sound was different, longer and lower, and the footsteps that came into the room were heavy and soft at the same time, like someone careful not to wake a baby and too big to succeed. I opened one eye because I couldn't help it. What stood by my bed wasn't my mother. It was a monster. Even then I didn't think he was scary. He was huge, yes, his horns nearly brushed the ceiling, but his size felt more like a big couch than a bear, something solid you could lean into. His fur was thick and bright orange, clean and brushed like he took care of it. His grin showed a whole mouth of pointed teeth, but his eyes were kind, and that kindness made the teeth look like a joke he was letting me in on. 2 ram horns curled from the sides of his head, rough with ridges. He didn't look at my little brother, asleep and breathing in the other bed. He held out a hand to me, palm up, claws relaxed and open like half moons. I should have been afraid. I wasn't. I put my hand in his, and his palm was warm and a little scratchy. He squeezed with gentle care, the kind of squeeze adults do to remind you they're there. Then he led me across the room toward the blank wall where my mom kept saying she'd put a wicker shelf. When I find the right one. He lifted his other hand and traced a big arch on the wallpaper with the tip of one claw. The paper didn't rip. Light followed the claw like chalk, and a door's shape brightened under his fingertip. When he finished, the light swelled, and the doorway opened. We stepped through, and brightness wrapped us up. I squinted and blinked fast, and then my eyes adjusted, and we weren't in my room anymore. We stood in the middle of a market. Not a grocery store with fluorescent lights and a smell of cold produce and cleaner, but a cobblestone street lined with carts and booths. It looked like a scene from a picture book, like something you'd draw if you were told, "Make Halloween look busy." A witch in a shawl stirred a pot the color of dish soap, and it burped pink bubbles that drifted into the sky and popped with a candy smell. She cackled in a way that sounded like real laughter and tipped candy corn into my hands as we passed. Under a striped awning, 2 pale men in long coats leaned on a table of little bottles that glowed red and deep purple and brown. They lifted 2 fingers to the brim of a hat when they saw us. A werewolf with gray hair sticking out of the cuffs of his shirt sold candied apples that were so shiny you could see your nose in them. Skeletons clacked as they stacked rings on pegs. Mummies in tidy bandages tied bows on boxes. Behind everything, strings of paper bats swung on a wind that smelled like smoke and cold earth. Every stand had a job, and every person, monster, spirit, whatever word you want, worked with the kind of focus my teachers wished we had at circle time. I didn't know the word festival, but I knew the feeling. My monster walked slower than a grown-up in a hurry and faster than a grandparent with time to kill. He greeted people with a nod, let me look, kept me moving. When I turned my head, he applied the softest pressure to my hand and my shoulder, always guiding, never yanking. He didn't talk. I didn't either. The sounds around me filled the space fine. By the time we reached the end of the market, the sky above had deepened to a color between blue and black. The cobblestones widened into a park with tall black trees that stood like sentries. At the entrance, another set of gates glimmered, not like metal, more like water standing straight up. He knelt so our faces were level, and I sank into his fur without meaning to, cheek pressed to the warm orange. He held me, and the hug felt like the safest thing I had felt in my 4 years on Earth. Then he turned me by the shoulders toward the light. I stepped through. My stomach fluttered the way it does on the down part of a swing, and then I was in my room again, standing in the dark, my hand empty. I got back in bed. The blank wall was just a blank wall. My brother snored his little whistle snore. I slept. At breakfast I told the story the way kids do, breathless and out of order, leaving out important details and repeating small ones. My mom said, "That's quite a dream," while she looked for keys in the fruit bowl. My dad smiled slow, not the tired smile you give to humor a child, but a soft one that came from someplace deep, the way you smile when someone hands you something you didn't know you needed. He ruffled my hair, his hand light because he didn't have a lot of strength by then. I knew what everyone thought, dream, imagination, too much sugar. Maybe it was. It didn't feel like one. Still, the part of me that loved Halloween wished I could have it again. I did. The following October, not at the same date and not with any warning, I woke to the exact same scrape of the door and the heavy, careful steps. I sat up so fast my pillow fell. He ducked to fit under the light fixture, grinned, and held out his hand. I went. He drew the door where the wicker shelf still wasn't, and we stepped through. The market was there waiting like a place that had never stopped, just kept moving whether I watched or not. Same witch, same men in coats, same clattering bones, plus things I hadn't noticed before. A stall that sold paper lanterns shaped like moons, a stand with strings of bells that made a sound like water when you shook them, a booth where a ghoul in a neat vest sharpened knives and scissors on a wheel. "Back again?" the witch said, and pressed candy corn into my palm so gently you would have thought it was a fragile shell. "Don't eat that before breakfast," my mother's voice said in my head, and it made me laugh for real. We took the same path. He hugged me at the gate and sent me through. It became a private ritual that belonged to me alone. I tried telling my mom again when I was 5, and she kissed my forehead and told me I had a good imagination. I told a friend at school when we colored pumpkins, and she said monsters were not real, then asked if she could have my orange crayon. So I stopped telling. The older I got, the more I noticed how my monster managed me, not like a parent pulling a child away from danger with a snap, but like a patient usher at a theater, one hand low and open and certain. Sometimes he let go so I could run 2 steps and look at a tray of sugar skulls or point at a nest of glass spiders that caught the light. When I came back, he took my hand again like there had never been a doubt I would. At 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and 10, the market was a joy. I learned where everything was, the potions that bubbled and burped, the paper bats, the booth where a mummy's fingers moved fast and neat through ribbons, the square where a band played clattery music on instruments made of bones and copper. The witches began to know my name. "Welcome back, Sam," they'd say, and their smiles were not the wicked kind you see on cartoons, but the kind you see on a favorite ant. A skeleton tilted his hat and tipped glitter into my hand that stuck for hours even after I scrubbed. A vampire, because that's the only name my kid brain had, showed me how the light shone through the bottles and made red and purple shine on your skin if you held your hand up. I watched a werewolf spin caramel around apples and let a drop touch my finger and burn just a little before it cooled to a shell. Every year I ended at the gate, hugged orange fur that smelled like clean cotton and cold air, and went home. When I was 11, the air changed. It wasn't one thing. It was the way conversations died as we passed. It was the way backs stiffened. Faces turned toward us and didn't look away as quickly as polite people do. This time, nobody said my name. The witch didn't offer candy. The vampire's hand tightened on his bottle and then let go. The werewolf studied his apples like they needed all of his attention. The band stopped playing mid-song with a clatter. My monster's hand tightened around mine, not enough to hurt, enough to say we were going to keep moving. He walked faster. I matched him. We reached the park with no stops and no waves. He didn't kneel that year. He put his hands on my shoulders and turned me toward the light. His grin was there but thinner, like it took effort. He didn't need to push. I went through. When I was 13, there was no pretending the change was just in my head. Voices rose as soon as we stepped into the street. Fingers pointed, not the curious kind that kids shoot out when they see a dog, but the mean kind that third graders use when they whisper behind your back. Out, a voice said in a language I didn't know and still understood. Leave. Spit hit the cobblestone near my shoe. Someone hissed words that weren't words. The sound didn't come from mouths. It came from everywhere, like the wind picked it up and stretched it thin enough to wrap us. One of the skeletons lifted his hand like he might grab me. My monster scooped me up without asking. For years he had respected the fact that I was no longer small enough to carry. That night he didn't care, and I didn't either. His shoulder pressed hard into my stomach. I tucked my knees and wrapped my arms around his neck like I was 5 again and afraid of the dark. He ran. Claws clattered on stone. The market hissed and howled behind us. We reached the water gate at the park. He set me down and pushed me through without the hug. I landed in my room like I had fallen off a low step. My breath sawed in and out. I listened to the quiet of my house, the clock, the refrigerator motor, and clutched the blankets so hard my knuckles hurt. At 16, I expected a chase. I got something worse. My monster came, but he was worn thin. His fur wasn't the same happy orange, it clung in patches, and I could see gray skin underneath. His horns, smooth and strong for years, were chipped in little bites. He still led me through the wall. He still took me to the market. The air there was so heavy I tasted metal on my tongue. The booths stood where they had always stood, but the people behind them had changed. Mouths were black ovals. Eyes were holes. Not holes like missing pieces, but holes like tunnels with no end. No one moved except to turn their heads as we passed, and when they turned, their necks creaked in a slow, ugly way. I tried not to look at them and couldn't help it. The whisper wind was back, loud enough now that it drowned the sound of our steps. Words rubbed together in a language I didn't know. The sound made my scalp prickle and my inner ear itch like I was changing altitude too fast in a car. I wanted to put my fingers in my ears and couldn't because my monster wouldn't let my hand go. He stayed steady, but he was slower than he used to be. Twice he stopped and panted like an animal that's run too far. Twice I said his name in my head and didn't have a name to say out loud. When we reached the gate that time, I hugged him as hard as I could. He grinned with effort. He turned me toward the light. I went through and woke up with tears already wet on my face. 17 was heavy before it began. I kept waiting for the dream in the first half of October, and when it didn't come I told myself maybe the tradition had ended, like outgrowing a toy. Then on a night near the end of the month, after studying late and messaging friends and planning which party I'd go to after the game, I dreamed I heard claws scratching the wall. No creak of the doorknob this time. No steps on the wood floor. Just the sound of his claw, long and deliberate, drawing that shape I knew by heart. I sat up. The room was empty. The door to the hall was shut. The light door in the wallpaper glowed like a lamp under a blanket. I went through alone. The market was still. I knew at once something was wrong in a way bigger than bad moods and whispers. The stalls were knocked sideways, some smashed so the wood splintered like broken ribs. The smell hit hard, not the cozy smells of wood smoke and caramel, but a deep rot that coated the back of my throat. Brown streaks smeared the stones like someone had dragged heavy sacks from one end to the other. A ribbon lay tangled around a chair leg dark with crust. The lanterns were out. The paper bats were stuck to the ground, wings gummy. I walked because the only direction to go was forward. I kept to the center of the street. My bare feet slid. I looked down and saw why and almost threw up. I lifted my hem to keep it from touching anything and kept going because stopping was worse. Where the market ended and the park began, the path narrowed to a choke point. Bodies lay there, a pile of shapes and textures I knew the way you know a neighborhood from a bike. Bandages trailed like unraveling ribbons. A hat lay on its side with a neat tear through the crown. A pale hand curled around nothing. A bone showed where cloth should have been. Faces were open. Mouths still. Eyes looked like eyes again, not holes, but glassy in a way that made me turn my head and still see them anyway. Bits of candy stuck to stone and skin. The air hummed with flies I couldn't see. I was 18, almost 19, and still, all it took was one wrong step, a slippery thing under my toes, a limp that was not a stick, and a cry jumped out of me in a high little voice I hadn't used since I was small. That sound stopped him. He stood at the gate like he always had, a big shape blocking the light. At first, from behind, he looked like himself. Wide shoulders, curved horns, someone who could carry you if you needed him to. But the orange fur hung ragged from his back, torn in strips, and the gray muscle under it moved in waves that weren't right for any animal I'd seen. He was bent over something. When I tripped, he flinched and turned. He held a bundle of parts in his hands. Blood soaked his chest, not the bright red of a cut finger, but the brown of old rust and old meat. He smiled, not with the soft grin he used to give me at the gate, but with a mouth full of new, thin blades. Rotten air came off his breath and into my lungs. Bits of flesh hung from between those teeth and swung when he spoke. I had never been more aware of how tall he was, how much space he took up, how easily he could pick me up if he wanted. Fear shrank me. It pulled me backward inside my own pajamas. I felt like a child inside my own shape. He reached out for my hand the way he always had, palm up, claws open. "Why?" I asked. The word came out a squeak and scraped my throat. I meant all of it. Why bring me here? Why change? Why this? He spoke for the first time. He didn't have a voice I recognized from any dream. It came low and old and wrong, from a place below the ground, from the back of the throat of the world. "Because," he said, and even that one word was enough to make the flies go quiet. He tilted his head. His horns caught a bit of the dim light and flashed like bone. "You grew up." He held out his hand again and waited. That old gesture almost undid me. For years it had been safety and comfort and routine. A spot in my day where I knew what to do. I couldn't do it. I shoved his wrist away, skin hot and too smooth under the patchy fur, and skidded across the stones, slipping and catching myself, tripping on bandages and sleeves and the stiff hem of a coat. I didn't look at faces. I didn't look at the objects scattered like a yard sale of a life, a hat pin, a broken vial, a cracked candy apple stick. I ran through the gate, and hit my floor hard enough to make a dull thump my mother heard from down the hall. She turned my light on and the sudden brightness threw everything into strange relief. "Samantha," she said, voice sharp, hands already on my shoulders as if she thought she might have to shake me awake. I was already awake. My throat hurt. The taste in my mouth was metal and rot, and for a second I smelled that market smell again so strongly I thought I might be sick in the bed. "Do you need to go to the hospital?" she asked when I couldn't answer fast enough. I shook my head. I said I was fine. I was not fine. She smoothed my hair and told me to try to breathe slower, and then she went to the kitchen to get water because that was the only thing anyone could do in that moment that looked like help. I didn't have the dream the following October. Or the next. Or the next after that. I kept waiting. I told myself not to. I told myself to stop leaving space in my mind at that part of the year like a chair at the table for someone who wasn't coming. I got older, the way you do, not in all the big ways at once, but in small and uneven steps. I finished high school. I moved out. I learned how to budget and how to get a stain out of carpet and when to call a plumber. I met the person who would be my husband and told him about the dream when we sat up late one night and traded childhood stories like marbles, rolling them back and forth, showing off the good ones and hiding the ones we didn't want to share yet. He listened with his chin in his hand and the soft focus eyes people have when they're picturing your memories. He smiled at the right parts and frowned at the others and finally said, "That's a wild dream." I almost said it wasn't a dream and then stopped because I know how that sounds. I said, "I still remember it like it happened." And he kissed my knuckles and said, "I believe that you remember." Friends teased me gently when I told pieces, because the story wants out sometimes and finds the easiest ears. "No one remembers being 4. They say. Brains don't work like that." I don't argue. I don't have to. I know what I know. When my husband and I moved into a place with a little hallway and 2 bedrooms and a wall that would have loved a wicker shelf, I stood there once with my palm against the wallpaper and waited to feel warmth under my hand like a secret vein. It was just a wall. I told myself that was good. I told myself growing up was just that, walls staying walls. Sometimes I think about the market the way it was in the early years. The way the cobblestones clicked under my feet. The sugar sting on my tongue. The way the witches packed candy corn into small paper cones as if they couldn't stand to see my hands empty. I picture the men in coats holding bottles, how they angled them so the sun shone through and made colors on my skin. I try to decide if the band was ever in tune or if it only sounded like it from where I stood because I was so happy to be there. I think about orange fur under my cheek and the way that hug at the gate made my knees loosen the same way stepping off the school bus and seeing my mother's car did. I think about the first time the witch didn't look up. The first spit that hit the stones. The first black hole wherein I should be. I think about 17 and how quiet can be worse than shouting, how staring can weigh more than a shove. I think about 18 and how rot has its own kind of gravity. If you ask me what any of it means, I'm not sure I can say. People who love me have offered words the way you offer tea to a person in shock, theories about grief blooming into dreams, about a child's mind building a place where she could be taken care of by something big when the person who was big for her was sick. I don't push those away. Maybe there's truth there. Maybe memory is a house with a room that rearranges itself to fit the story your life needs that year. Maybe there's a real market that opens for children who still think Halloween can last forever. A place that shuts its doors to anyone taller than the measuring stick by the gate. I don't think he was a metaphor. I don't think he was a guardian angel. I think he was exactly what I remember. A monster who was kind to a little girl for a long time and then wasn't. He didn't change because I did something wrong. He didn't change because I stopped believing. He changed because I grew up. He told me so. The words still sit low in my chest, heavy and cold. They were not a threat, not on the surface. They were a closing door. He gave me a hand for years and then asked me to take it once more when I couldn't anymore. I loved him. It's a painful sentence to write and a true one. He taught my body how to feel safe in the middle of the night, and he taught my body how to run when safety turns its face. Sometimes in October a draft crosses the room and makes the hair on my arms rise. I get up and check the window, and it's closed. I stand in the hallway and listen for the sound of a claw running slowly over the wall. I hear the refrigerator kick on instead. I wake at 3 and do what I did when I was 4. I breathe in and out and count, and then I give up and go to the kitchen for water because that is what there is to do in that moment that looks like help. I set the glass on the counter and watch the surface settle. I press my palm to the wallpaper near the blank space where we still haven't found the right shelf. It is cool and dry and nothing else. I leave my hand there until my skin warms the paper a little, until I can feel the pulse in my palm and know it's mine. People say no one remembers being 4. People say old dreams are just that. I am 23 now. I don't have an explanation that makes sense and sits neatly on a shelf. I have the picture in my mind of a big orange shape filling a doorway and a warm hand holding mine, and I have another picture of gray muscle moving like something that lives too deep in the earth to ever see the sun. Both are true. The story didn't happen once in a single night, and then grow bigger in the retelling. It came back year after year, as regular as the month that inspired it. It softened and then it sharpened, the way a knife does if you use it long enough. I don't think the door will open again. If it does, I'm old enough now to know I don't have to step through. If I close my eyes, I can still see the market at its best, bright and busy, full of work and sweetness. I can still feel my monster's hand. I can still hear his voice, wrong and low, saying the thing that ended it. I remember. I still remember. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. It looked like any other class. A big room with rows of long tables that stepped down to a low stage. The air was cool from old vents in the ceiling. Lights hummed. Backpacks leaned against chair legs like sleeping dogs. 100 little things made up the morning sound, pens clicking, laptop fans spinning, a cough here and there, the professor's shoes tapping as he paced. 50 of us, maybe more. Most of us were on our phones until the lecture started. A few tried to finish reading. The guy in front of me sketched boxes in the margins of his notes, and colored them in. The professor asked a question about the reading. A guy in the front row raised his hand. He had short brown hair, a red t-shirt, and that look of someone who knows the answer and is happy to say it. He started to speak. He said 3 words and then something took the place of his head. It was there and not there at the same time. A circle in the air, black enough to swallow the light. Not matte and not shiny, more like the idea of black, pulled tight into a ball. It hung exactly where his head had been. The rest of him stayed sitting up straight, shoulders squared, hands folded, as if nothing had changed. His voice stopped like someone had cut a wire. For a heartbeat no one made a sound. I was looking straight at him when it happened, so my brain had no time to build a better story. 1 second, a face. The next, a sphere as wide as a dinner plate, and then wider. At first there were only small sounds, a chair leg scraped. Someone's notebook slid off a lap. A whisper of, "What?" Then voices rose like wind pushing leaves. "Is that a prop? Call 911. Professor?" The professor took a step forward and then another, hands out, palms up, as if he was going to catch a fall that had already happened. He said the student's name. It died in the air between us and the thing. The world stuttered. A sound hit us and went through us. It was like static on a radio turned up too loud and made huge, like a wall of noise pressing down. It wasn't a bang even though the closest word my brain found was boom. The hair on my arms lifted. My teeth buzzed. The air wavered like heat over a highway and then snapped back. Every person I could see grabbed their ears. My whole body shook hard enough that my knees knocked the table. Cold flowed over me from scalp to toes, the kind of cold that feels personal, like cold hands on the back of your neck, not a draft from a door. 5 students closest to the sphere froze. Not just stood still, but locked in place. Their eyes were open too wide. Their chests rose and held. The rest of us did what people do. We headed for the doors. Fear makes a crowd one thing. The first few to reach the exits pulled and shoved, and then everyone pressed forward behind them. The metal bars rattled. "They're stuck!" someone yelled, and it sounded like a line in a movie until I fought my way to one of the doors and felt it for myself. It didn't just feel locked. It felt braced from the other side. I threw my shoulder into it because that is what you do when you don't know what else to do. My shoulder throbbed. The door didn't move. When I looked back, one of the frozen 5 started to shake. He was thick through the shoulders and wore a red shirt. His arms jerked in little bursts. His mouth opened like he was going to scream. A sound did come out, but it was thin and high, like the whine of a dentist's drill, like something that cuts more than it hurts. He shook harder, and then he came apart. There was a wet sound I don't have a better word for. Pieces of him broke free. For a second the droplets and shreds hung in the air around the black thing like they were caught by something we couldn't see. Then most of it fell like heavy rain. Some of it landed close with soft flaps. A smear of skin the size of my palm hit my cheek and stuck there. I didn't know what it was until I wiped my face and my hand came away red. My stomach flipped over. I didn't throw up. I remember thinking later that this felt like a small mercy. The noise came again. Bigger, deeper, stronger. The whole room jumped. People fell to their knees. The cold plunged deeper, like being dropped straight down into ice water. It lasted longer. When it passed, my fingers tingled and the bottoms of my feet hurt, the way they do when you've been on snow too long. Another of the five began to move. A woman this time, hair piled on top of her head, a black hoodie with a school logo. She turned toward the back doors. Her mouth opened. No sound came out. Instead, something black and narrow shot out in a straight line. It wasn't a light. It wasn't smoke. It was like a slice cut into the world. She turned her head like someone turning a flashlight, and the black line moved with her. It touched the far wall, the tables, the people who could not get out of its way. Where it touched, things broke. Not like fire. More like the way a bubble pops and is gone. 3 students were there 1 second, and the next they were pieces. The smell in the room changed, metal and salt and something sweet. I kept looking between the doors and the thing at the front of the room because I couldn't decide where safety might be. The doors still wouldn't open. People threw themselves against them again and again. On the other side, the same thing happened. We were a room full of trapped animals, smart enough to know what that meant and not smart enough to know how to stop it. The noise hit again. I went down hard on one knee and caught myself with my hands. Cold flooded through me and held on. The room got far away. In the cold I saw something that wasn't the lecture hall. A red sky. Not sunset red. Blood red, flat and wrong. A tower rose out of the ground and went up and up into that sky. It was black. It wasn't stone or metal or wood. It was the kind of black that eats whatever looks at it. My head hurt to think about how tall it was. My eyes tried to make sense of distance and failed. Then a voice came inside my head. It didn't come through my ears. It came from inside and behind everything. It said only 2 words. Freedom at last. I blinked and the room came back. I was still on my knee. I put a hand on the table and pushed myself up. The sphere was bigger now. It no longer looked like a plate in the air. It looked like a person could step inside it and disappear. The professor had backed away. He stood with his back to the whiteboard. His marker had fallen from his hand and left a bent mark on the floor. He was crying without making a sound. I think about him often. He did what we all did, looked around for a shape that meant help. One of the doors on the far side of the room flew open. No one opened it. It just gave way. A hole in a dam. The crowd moved like water. The people closest went through and everyone behind them went that way because that is what bodies do when the way is open. I let go of the table and let the crowd pick me up and carry me. My feet touched the ground now and then, enough to push off and keep up. There were police officers in the hall outside. The sight of uniforms made something ease in me even as another part of my brain said there was nothing a person with a gun could do to a hole in the air. They stood away from the doorway, letting students spill past. One of them caught my arm with a firm hand. "It's okay," he said, or maybe he said my name. Later, I couldn't remember his exact words, only his calm tone. I grabbed his sleeve. "Don't go in there," I said. My voice cracked and I had to swallow and say it again. "You can't help in there." He took my hand off his sleeve and put it back on my own shoulder like he was returning a borrowed thing. He said something I didn't hear because the crowd pushed and I had to move or be knocked down. The officers stepped forward in a line and I lost sight of them as we turned down the hall. The building shook again. The sound was weaker at that distance but still wrong. It washed over my back like a cold wind. People around me stumbled and then caught themselves on walls and each other. We kept going. The doors ahead were propped open. Sunlight hit us, and it felt like a hand under my ribs, lifting. We moved out into the plaza where there were trees and benches and a big, ugly sculpture everyone joked about. The air outside felt thin and clean. Then more booms, closer. Not the hole. Gunshots. At first I didn't understand where they were coming from because all of us were outside, running across the brick. Someone screamed, "They're shooting at us!" It made no sense, so my head said it was panic talking, a sentence grabbed out of fear. A window exploded to my left. A sheet of glass broke into small squares that flashed in the sun and fell. A woman near me grabbed her leg and went down. Blood ran in a thin line over her shin like paint. I turned my head toward the noise and saw a police officer on the other side of the glass. He stood outside but aimed his shotgun into the crowd through the broken window. He fired again. A man 2 people away jerked and folded. A student ran toward the window and launched himself through. I still see his face sometimes when I close my eyes, the set jaw, the way his body looked like a decision. He hit the officer and took the shot meant for someone else. He fell backward and didn't move. 3 more students grabbed the officer around the arms and shoulders and pulled him to the ground. Another officer ran at them and then stopped like he'd hit a wall of air, like something inside him wanted to go forward and something else pulled him back. A third ran toward the first 2 to help drag their colleague away from the window. I didn't see what happened next because the crowd pushed me again and I climbed through the broken frame. I cupped my hands and didn't feel it. I slid down the outside wall and landed in a patch of ivy. People scrambled over me and I crawled out of their way. The sun was still on my face. That little thing, light on skin, felt like proof I was alive. Later they told us the numbers. 30 dead. Most were students from our class and 2 from the neighboring lab. A handful of police officers had been shot. Some died by friendly fire. Some were killed by other officers who tried to stop them from shooting at us. We heard it in a press conference we watched in a room that smelled like old coffee and paper. Words piled on words, an ongoing investigation, a tragic event, a scene like nothing they had trained for. The university put out a statement. The mayor put out a statement. The chief of police put out a statement with his jaw tight. The professor sat in the front row and stared at his hands. The building was closed by the next day. They put a fence around it and covered the doors with sheets of gray metal that looked like armor. Trucks without markings came at odd hours. People in white suits and masks went in and stayed a long time. The buzz about campus changed shape. It started with what we had seen and moved into what other people said they knew. Someone swore their friend in facilities said the hole had stopped growing. Someone else said a friend of a friend said the pulses had stopped. People said the doors had been locked on purpose from the outside before the class began. People said the locks had been melted. People said a maintenance worker had found his keys twisted into the shape of a spiral in his pocket. People will say anything when the truth is bigger than what they know. I didn't go back to the plaza for a while. When I did, I walked a long way so I wouldn't have to see the windows. A rope line blocked off the closest path. There were flowers stuck in the fence, and paper cranes, and a poster board covered with messages in thick marker. I stood there and read people's names and then I stopped because my eyes blurred and the letters turned into shapes. One of the names was the guy in the red shirt. No one wrote about what happened to him. They wrote about things from before. The way he passed notes in class to make people laugh. The way he showed up to every study group early. The day he brought in a box of donuts after a group project went well. All the small normal things people do that make other people like them. The kind of things death leaves behind. At night the sound came back in my dreams. Not loud. Not a jump scare. Just the vibration of it. Enough to jar me awake. Sometimes I woke cold from the inside out. I would sit up and breathe and tell myself I was in my room where the worst thing that could happen was a smoke detector chirping at 2 in the morning. I would get up and drink water and stand by the sink and listen with my whole body. I wasn't listening for footsteps or doors. I was listening for the feeling of the room, not the sound of it, the thing that changed when the pulses came. Most nights there was nothing. On the nights when my heart started to race for no reason I could find, I would text a friend who had been there too, and sometimes she answered, and sometimes she didn't. When she did, we didn't talk about the tower or the woman in the hoodie. We talked about the paper due Friday and whether the coffee place by the library stayed open late. There were funerals. There were services in halls with rows of folding chairs and screens that showed slideshows set to songs that used to mean other things. You can only go to so many before all the good words start to sound the same, and that is not because the people didn't deserve better words. It is because the people trying to say the words ran out of new ways to say. He was kind, and she was smart, and they should be here. We stood and sat and stood and sat. We hugged people whose eyes slid off us because they had too many faces to look at in one day. We wrote our names in guest books and looked down at the black line of ink like the shape of our own names might make any of it more real. The police said later that something happened to some of the officers who were first on the scene. They didn't say what. They used medical words and legal words and words from trainings they had taken. They stood in front of cameras and their mouths made the right shapes. They did not say that the officers who fired into a crowd were good men who had gone to work that morning the same as any other morning, and that something had reached through the glass and touched their heads and hands. They didn't say it because they couldn't prove it. They didn't say it because maybe saying it out loud would make it worse. What they could say was this: the officers who shot at us also shot at their partners and were shot themselves. What they could say was that the building was sealed and would stay sealed until someone higher up told them otherwise. Weeks went by. Midterms came and went. The fence stayed up. The gray metal stayed on the doors. Rumors kept moving from mouth to mouth like birds changing branches. A physics student said his advisor had seen the hole. He said it had stopped pulsing and had stopped growing. He said the edges looked sharper now, as if it had settled into place. Someone in psychology said 10 people who had been there had died by suicide. She said those were only the ones she knew about for sure. People shook their heads and made small sounds of sympathy. Someone always changed the subject fast, like the thought itself might carry harm. I think about a simple idea more than I want to. If it stopped growing, maybe that doesn't mean it failed. Maybe it means it did what it came to do, and then didn't need to do more. That's the thought that sticks to the back of my teeth, the one I don't want to say out loud when I sit on a couch with friends and we talk in circles. Maybe the tower in the red sky wanted a hole just big enough to send a piece of itself through. Maybe it wanted a place to put a hand. Maybe it wanted a way in. Maybe it got one. When I say, maybe, I don't mean, I have proof. I mean the thought fits what I saw and didn't see. There are other small things I remember. The way the black beam from the woman's mouth didn't light up the room or cast shadows. It took light away. It didn't burn. It erased. The way blood near the sphere drifted for a second as if the air had gone thick. The way my name didn't feel like my name inside my head when the voice spoke. The way the officer's hand felt, strong and careful, when he moved my hand from his sleeve. The way sunlight on my face felt like a friend. A month after, someone organized a candlelight vigil in the plaza. A lot of people came who hadn't been there that day. That's fine. You don't need to earn your grief. People stood with small flames in paper cups and the wind made the flames lean. Someone sang a song I had heard at 3 other events already. It still made a few people cry. The university president spoke for 3 minutes and then stepped back. I didn't go to the microphone because I didn't know how to make sense out loud. A girl next to me said, to no one in particular, "I keep thinking about his head." Like, where did it go? No one answered her. A candle guttered out and the person on the other side of her bent to light it again. I sometimes walk by the building now because you can't build a life out of avoiding. It still looks like itself, big and bland. If you didn't know, you might think it was closed for remodeling. The ivy is recut where crews had to clear room for fences. The statue in the plaza still looks like a thing made by a committee. The windows on the far side are replaced. The glass is a little too new and too clean for the dirty brick around it. There's a guard at the corner who looks bored and checks his phone and yawns. I don't want him to be scared all day. I also don't want him to forget where he is standing. Every once in a while I still dream about the red sky. The tower doesn't always speak. Sometimes it just stands there, and I feel the pressure of what it wants, the same way you can feel a storm coming in your joints. When I wake up, I lay very still and count my breaths. I name 5 things I can feel: sheet, pillow, cool air, my own hand, the dull ache where my shoulder still remembers the door. I get up and drink water. I stand at the sink and listen. The refrigerator hums. A car door thumps outside. A neighbor coughs in the next apartment and laughs at something on TV. Normal sounds. I think, if it were going to happen again, I would know. Then I think, the first time, none of us knew. Both thoughts feel true and not helpful. People sometimes ask me why I'm telling this. They think maybe talking about it makes it worse. They think maybe it spreads something. That could be true. I don't have a good answer besides this. It's what I have to give. Those who died that day had people to speak for them at funerals and in living rooms and on group chats that dinged and then went quiet. Those who shot at us and at each other have people who will say their names in courtrooms and wave cages of words around like nets. The whole has people studying it who will one day say complicated things in papers that will be read by a few and cited by fewer. What I can do is say what it looked like and felt like to be in a room that turned into a mouth. I don't think the sphere was a weapon the way we mean when we say the word. It didn't want to kill us the way a person wants to hurt another person. Want is a human word. It was a doorway and a hand. The killing may have been heat around the metal, the way a stove cooks what touches it whether or not the stove cares. Or maybe the hurt was not a side effect. Maybe it was the price. I can guess in circles forever. Guessing doesn't change a thing. Every campus tour walks by the plaza. Guides have a script. They mention famous alumni and the weird statue, and where to get the best coffee. They don't talk about our class. You wouldn't put that in a brochure. A mother on one tour touched the fence, and then took her hand back and wiped her palm on her jeans like she had put it on a stove by accident. A boy on the same tour kept glancing at the building while the guide listed clubs and smiled. Maybe he had heard and wanted to see it for himself. Maybe he just didn't like sculpture. If you are waiting for a lesson, I don't have one. If you want a clean end, this isn't that kind of story. The building is still sealed. The experts say the pulse has stopped, and I am glad, even though the quiet makes a different kind of fear. 10 people who were there have killed themselves. I don't think it is only grief. I think the tower's shadow is long. I think a voice once inside your head leaves a shape there. I think it stopped growing. Does not mean it is gone. I carry that thought with me the way you carry a scar you forget until you bump it on a door. I keep going to class. I sit by windows when I can. I know where the exits are without looking like I am checking. I laugh at small jokes. I text people back. I try to be kind to strangers and friends because it is an ordinary good thing I can do, and ordinary good things matter. Sometimes I walk in the rain on purpose because the sound fills up my head and makes other sounds smaller. Sometimes I wake up before dawn and listen to the empty part of the day when everything is possible and almost nothing is happening. I don't know if the tower is in our world now. If it is quieter than we are, for the moment. Maybe it always was. Maybe quiet was how it came in. Maybe the whole stabilized not because it failed, but because it had already done what it was meant to do. There is a line from a poem my professor once quoted on a day when the class went sideways and no one had done the reading. He wrote it on the board and underlined it twice. It said, "I have seen what I have seen." At the time I thought it was about paying attention. Now I think it is about not lying to yourself about the shape of what you remember. What I saw in that room is the shape I carry. A class. A question. A black circle where a head had been. A noise like static made huge. A cold that tried to crawl inside my bones. A tower that spoke with a voice that wasn't a voice. A door that wouldn't open and then did. Sunlight on my face. Someone I didn't know taking a shot that wasn't meant for him and making a hole big enough for others to get through. Gray metal over glass. Paper cranes on a fence. Silence in my apartment kitchen at 2 in the morning. The feeling in my chest that nothing is ever simply over again. I have seen what I have seen. I wish it weren't true. It is. The night before school started again, I lay flat on my back and stared at the ceiling. The fan spun slow circles that chopped the glow from the street light into moving bands across the plaster. The light kept drawing shapes where the blades passed, gray loops and smudges that looked like smoke, then fog, then fingers. My mind would not quiet down. Every time I closed my eyes, a heavy feeling rose in my chest and pressed until I had to open them again. I whispered the same little prayer I had been saying for a week, the words like beads I ran through my hands over and over. 2 more years. Please let people ignore me tomorrow. Please let me pass through the day like a shadow. 2 more years. It wasn't that I wanted to be invisible in a magic way. I just wanted to stop being a target. I wanted to walk down a hallway without a shoulder slamming into mine at the lockers. I wanted to cross the cafeteria without a foot sliding out and snagging my shoe. Oops, they always said, the small mouth half smile turned toward friends. It never sounded like an accident. When I thought about going back, the feeling in my stomach tightened into a knot that made me a little sick. My body remembered the shove before it happened, the way a dog flinches just seeing a hand raised to scratch an ear. I must have dozed for a few minutes at a time. When I slept, it didn't feel like sleep. It felt like sinking. The mattress slid down, and the room lifted up. My bed turned to a little raft, and floated on something that wasn't water. It grabbed me in a thick, slow way, as if the air turned into warm tar. When I tried to breathe, I swallowed heat. The more I fought, the deeper I went. I woke with my hands gripping the sheets. The shadows had changed shape on the ceiling. The fan kept going at the same slow pace, steady as a metronome. 2 more years. 2 more years. Please let people forget I'm there. Please. At some point the dark changed to gray. A thin line of light slid under my blinds. My alarm had either already gone off or had never been set. My phone said 8:28. I was still in bed. School started at 8:30. I lay there for 1 more second and then the knot in my stomach jerked me sideways. I pulled on jeans and a t-shirt with one hand while I brushed my teeth with the other. I stuffed notebooks into my backpack without looking at which ones. The house was quiet. Mom had left early for her shift. She had kissed my forehead before she went. I had pretended to be asleep when she did it. I missed the bus, of course. I knew I would the second I saw the time. The only choice was the bike. The morning was warm even though the sun was still low. The sky had that pale blue color it gets when it's going to be hot later. The streets were damp from sprinklers. My tires hissed on the pavement where the water ran thin. I rode fast and hard enough that my thoughts couldn't shout over the sound of air rushing past my ears. My breath came in short puffs. A few blocks from school I stopped pedaling and coasted to catch my breath. That was when I heard a siren somewhere far away. It wasn't near us, I decided. It wasn't for school. Sirens always sound like they are coming for you until you remember the world is full of other people. I turned the corner by the strip mall with the dry cleaner and the pizza place and saw the top of the school building above the trees. The parking lot was fuller than usual because everyone's parents were still in New Year mode. You could tell it was the first day by the way people walked. New shoes, fresh haircuts, arms full of new supplies. My legs felt rubbery when I got off the bike, the way legs do when your body is trying to catch up with your speed. I locked the bike to the rack in a frantic tangle of cable and rushed toward the side door by the science wing. The door gave its usual metal groan and opened. The hall was cooler than outside. The air smelled like old mop water and pencil shavings. My sneakers squeaked. I was so late that the office would be mad if I stopped for a tardy slip, I thought. I told myself I would go back for it after first period. I slid past the office door and pressed my back to the lockers when the secretary looked up. She didn't see me. Relief quickened my steps. First period was chemistry with Mrs. Smithfield in room 104. I had dreamed about that room for a week. Long white tables, high windows, a periodic table on the wall so faded you could almost see through it. When I pushed the classroom door open, everyone was already there. My heart thudded as I scanned for a seat that wouldn't get me noticed. No one looked up. This would normally be good. I slipped into a stool near the middle on the aisle and set my bag on my feet. The clock on the wall said I was 35 minutes late. I braced for the call out. "Nice of you to join us." Something like that. But the only voice in the room belonged to the teacher. She stood at the front with the clipboard held in both hands. She was still taking attendance. "Janet Quick? Here. Aiden Samples? Here." Her tone was flat, the way it gets when teachers do the same thing every day. She didn't look up when someone spoke. She checked a box and moved her eyes to the next line. "Scott Savino?" I raised my hand and said, "Here, Mrs. Smithfield," before my brain had time to remember that I didn't want attention. She didn't look. She didn't make a mark. The pen stayed above the paper, then moved on. "Scott Savino? Here," I said louder. It sounded too loud in my own ears. I could feel two kids across the aisle turn their heads a little, but it might have been my imagination. I lifted my hand higher in the air and waved it. "Nobody's seen Scott this morning?" she asked the room, like she hadn't heard me. She didn't sound irritated. She sounded like a person reading a line from a page. "I'm right here," I said again, the words already thinning out even as I pushed them forward. She didn't turn her head. "Okay then. Caleb Thompson? Here." I smiled to myself without meaning to. I tried to keep it off my face, but you can't hold back a smile any more than you can stop a sneeze sometimes. Was this what it felt like to be invisible? Had my little prayer worked in some sideways way? My usual seat in the back was empty, a little island no one else wanted because it was near the safety shower and the big red shut-off switch. I moved to it. Nobody made a joke. Nobody stuck a pencil out toward me when I passed. It was perfect until my thoughts jumped to the question of grades. How would I get credit if I didn't exist? The idea made me laugh under my breath, a small strange sound that felt like the wrong noise for the room. I covered it with a cough and glanced at the girl 2 seats over. She was new, I thought. I had never seen her before. She wore her hair pulled back tight in a braid and had 3 pens laid out in a row like soldiers. She didn't look over. She wrote her name at the top of her paper in careful letters. The boy in front of me, Shane, I was pretty sure, had his hood up even though you weren't supposed to. He rested his chin on his palm. I could see the callus on his thumb from a game controller. "Today is just introductions," said Mrs. Smithfield. Her voice drifted like steam. "Policies. Safety. Expectations." I watched her shoes. They did not seem to touch the floor. I blinked. Maybe the light made a hard shadow, and the shine of the tile washed it out. She moved along the first lab table and her shoes floated a tiny inch, and then when she stopped, they sank. It could have been in my head. I decided it was in my head. The room had a smell that wasn't the normal school smell. At first it was only there when I thought about it. Old metal. Something burned and sweet. Like someone had ironed a shirt too long and stopped just before it turned brown. The hum in the ceiling I had always tuned out grew louder and then softer again. I looked at the clock and couldn't tell whether the second hand was moving or wobbling in place. The faces around me were sharp and then soft, like the focus on a phone camera sliding around. Something gray floated down from the air and landed on my desk. It looked like a flake of ash. I rubbed it between finger and thumb, and it turned to a smear. I wiped my fingers on my jeans. Another gray fleck drifted and came apart before it even touched the surface. The more I looked, the more I saw. It wasn't snow. It was something else. The lights in the ceiling lowered just a fraction, like a cloud crossed the sun, but the windows on the right side still showed the same steady blue and green of the day outside. On the floor, right where the rows of tables ended, the tiles seemed to ripple as if someone had thrown a pebble into a pond under them. It made no sense. I told myself I was tired. I told myself I had fallen asleep in class on the first day like an idiot, and was in that place where the dream sits on your chest and won't get up. "Shane," I whispered, reaching forward to tap the back of his hoodie. My hand passed through. Not over, not around. Through. I jerked it back and smacked my knuckles on the edge of the table. Pain shot up to my wrist and made my eyes water in a normal way. I squeezed my hand into a fist and told myself, quietly but very firmly, that I had not put my fingers through a person's sweater. That did not happen. I was late. I was anxious. I was half asleep, and whatever I was smelling was getting to me. The room grew dimmer. It wasn't like someone flipped a switch. It was as if there was less light to share among us. Around the edges of my vision, black seeped in and curled. The smell grew heavier. Something like a fine black dust fell in a slow, steady shower. When I breathed, the back of my throat felt coated. I coughed, and the cough came out weak. When I blinked, the dark didn't get lighter like it should. I pushed my stool back. The legs scraped. Nobody turned. The sound was swallowed up. The teacher's voice faded, not like a volume knob turned down, more like a radio station getting lost in a tunnel. I stood and the floor bent under my feet. A soft roll went through it like a wave under a blanket. I had to put a hand on the table to steady myself. When I picked my hand up, it was black. I wiped it on my shirt without thinking and left a long smear. My head felt light and full at the same time. The dark at the edges came in and came in and came in. When I opened my eyes again, the room was night. Not dark, the kind of dark that comes when the power goes out on a winter evening, and you light a candle and sit close to it. This was thick, close dark. It pressed in from every side and filled the space where air should be. I don't know how long I had my eyes closed. A minute. 10. When I moved, I stepped on something soft and slid. My heel went out. I grabbed for the door frame with both hands. The metal was hot and slick. The skin of my palm stuck and came away. For a second I saw stars, white and perfect, then they were gone, and it was all thick and black again. The scent of sweet burnt things grew so strong that it got into my head. It wasn't only one smell. It was paint and plastic and paper and something else underneath all of it. Shapes lay on the floor. They were the shape of people after someone had removed all the details. I took a careful step and put my foot in a space that wasn't a person. Another shape lay beyond, then another. The tables were not where they used to be. I bumped one with my hip and it swung on its bolts with a groan that made my stomach tighten. I tried to say, "Hello?" The word didn't go anywhere. It sounded like it went into my own chest and stayed there. The locker door outside the classroom banged open and shut with a metal crash. My brain didn't know what to do with the noise. It took a long second and then shoveled in the idea the way you shovel snow off a step, rough and late. A figure in a thick coat and a shiny helmet came through the doorway. The coat looked wet and solid at the same time. The figure had a mask on that covered his face, with a clear piece over the eyes and hoses running to a tank on his back. He looked like someone walking on the bottom of the sea in an old movie. He shouted something and grabbed the strap of my backpack like a handle. The noise he made sounded far away, like it traveled through other rooms before it got to me. "Hey! What are you doing in here?" The mask made the words echo. He pulled me toward the door without waiting for an answer. My legs found the floor and moved without my say. The hallway blazed orange somewhere far down and sucked at the air like a living thing. Heat washed over us like waves on a shore. The figure pushed me ahead of him, one hand on my shoulder, the other holding something heavy I couldn't see. "You talking to me?" I asked, half because I wanted to hear my own voice, half because I honestly wasn't sure who else he could mean. "Yes," he yelled right back, low and sharp. Up close I could see his eyes through the clear mask. They were narrowed, focused, angry in a useful way. "You can see me? What, are you trying to die, kid?" he barked, pulling me past the safety shower, past the red shut-off switch, past the long glass case that held old science fair trophies from years before I was even born. The glass was cracked into a spiderweb pattern and falling in tiny pieces, chiming on the floor. "But I'm invisible," I said. It came out small and sincere, like a kid telling an adult something true about a game. He didn't waste breath answering that. He dragged me across the threshold and into the hall. The gray air outside the classroom tasted only a little better than the air inside. It moved at least. A sound out there took on shape. Sirens, radios, people yelling from far and near. "Clear! Clear!" someone called, and the call repeated itself up and down the hall in the mouths of other people. The man yanked me along by the backpack like a dog on a leash. We went out through a door held open with a rubber wedge. Daylight hit me like cold water. I gulped air under the sky. Hands reached out and took me on the steps, turning me, checking me. A woman with short hair tucked behind her ears looked straight at my face. She didn't look around me. She didn't look through me. She looked at me. Her eyes were steady and soft. "He was in there?" she asked the firefighter behind me without taking her eyes off mine. "Yeah," he said, breath loud inside his mask. "Seems delirious. Probably took in some of the gas before the blow." His voice was calmer now, as if the sound of the outside world had smoothed some of its roughness. "That doesn't make sense," another woman said from a few steps back. She had a clipboard in her hand and a radio clipped to her shoulder. "If he was in there during the explosion, he wouldn't be alive. Does it really matter why he's alive?" the firefighter said as he unhooked my backpack from my shoulders like he was taking a saddle off a horse. "He's alive. Let's keep him that way. He thinks he's invisible." The woman with the kind eyes smiled with her mouth, not her teeth, and I found myself relaxing because of that small difference. "I'm Bethany," she said, and her voice came through to me like sound in water. "Can you tell me your name?" "Scott," I said into air that felt cool and sweet even though it was probably neither. Saying my own name steadied me in a way I didn't know I needed. "Am I in trouble?" She snorted, a small laugh sound she didn't mean to make, and then shook her head. "No, honey. Why would you be in trouble?" "Because I was late," I said. The words felt silly as soon as they left my mouth. But I meant them. Late is always bad. That was the rule in my head. Her eyes softened. "That might be the reason you're standing here, Scott. So I'm going to say you're not in trouble." She slid a strap of a clear mask over the back of my head and fitted the plastic over my nose and mouth. Cool air flowed into my face. It had a clean smell like new plastic and a metal taste like biting a coin. I watched her hand lift a small light and move it back and forth. She shined it at one pupil, then the other. The light was too bright and then it wasn't. She put 2 fingers on the inside of my wrist and looked at her watch. "Why?" I asked, half into the mask, the word fogging the plastic and making me aware of my breath for the first time since the hallway. "Why do I feel fine? I don't hurt." "You're burned," she said in that calm, even voice. "You probably don't feel it yet because your body hasn't decided what to do. Shock is trying to keep you going. Once you're safer, your body will tell you what it wants us to fix." "I am?" I touched my hair without thinking. It came away in brittle little strings that broke like old straw. I pulled my hand down and stared at the black flakes on my fingers. My throat made a small noise. I didn't know what word to put to it. Bethany squeezed my shoulder once. "You're going to be okay," she said. "We're going to take you to the hospital. We'll cool you down, give you fluids, and let your mom know where you are." Behind her, the school looked like a picture in the newspaper, not a place I had just been inside. Smoke poured out of the end of the science wing in a thick black river that rolled over itself and dragged the sky down. The windows along the hallway I had just walked through were open in a wrong way, not like windows open for air, but like mouths forced wide. Inside those dark squares, orange moved, bright and frantic. The roof sagged where beams underneath had given up and dropped. A sound like a deep breath happened, and one of the windows in my classroom blew out. Glass shot outward in a sheet of flashing pieces. A soft whump pushed against us like a giant hand and then pulled. The flames inside grabbed at the air the way you grab at a rope. Firefighters in pairs and trios moved like a machine with many arms. Hoses snaked across the grass. Water sprayed in long arcs and vanished into the smoke. The spray didn't look like much against that much heat. People stood behind a cord stretched between two poles and watched with that still attention people get when something huge happens. It had no sound close to it even with all the noise. The principal was there, tie crooked, hair dark with sweat. He talked into his phone until he stopped, and just listened to whoever was on the other end. A group of sophomores clung to each other like a many-limbed thing. One of the boys who always shouldered me in the hallway stood next to them. His face looked bare and young without its usual expression like a mask. He caught my eye and looked down at his shoes at once. I tried to put the classroom in my head next to the building in front of me and make the pictures match. The black snow that fell on our desks. The floor that moved like a slow ocean. The way my voice made no mark on the air. Now a woman with a radio wrote on a clipboard while someone else spoke into a handheld mic. A dog barked from somewhere I couldn't see. A teacher I knew from the English hallway sobbed without making a sound, his mouth open. People walked past me and looked at my face, and their eyes didn't slide like I wasn't there. The wish I had whispered into my pillow for a week came back to me, and it felt like I had asked for rain and called a flood down. Bethany guided me toward an ambulance with one hand on my elbow like a kind aunt. The inside looked clean and bright, a small room on wheels. She helped me up the step and sat me on the lowered stretcher. Someone closed the doors. All the outside noise jumped away, and I heard smaller sounds instead, the high beep of a machine, the soft hiss of oxygen, her voice on the radio calling out numbers and words that sounded like code. She cut my sleeve with quick, careful snips. The skin underneath looked red in spots and white in others, like a piece of fruit peeled too deep and not deep enough in the same place. She laid cool wet cloths over my forearms and said, "This will feel strange." And it did. It was a relief and a hurt at once. "What happened?" I asked. My voice sounded like it came from another room. The motion of the ambulance changed from stillness to a slow roll. The siren came on and made a low animal sound that rose and fell. I felt it in my bones more than I heard it. The driver's voice was calm through the small open square between us. The buildings outside the back windows moved away. "Best guess?" Bethany said, taping something to the back of my hand with a gentleness that made me want to cry even though I wasn't sad. "A gas leak. The kind you don't smell right away. When it hit a spark, maybe a light switch, maybe someone plugged something in, it went all at once. If you were inside when that happened, your brain did what brains do when they don't get enough oxygen. It made up a story to fit the pieces it had. People see strange things. They feel strange things. It doesn't mean you are broken. It means you're alive." I thought about the prayer I had whispered to no one and everyone, "Please ignore me tomorrow." It came true for a while, in a heavy, wrong way. The teacher calling my name, and not hearing my answer. The row of pens laid straight and neat. The girl who didn't look up. The humming that grew and then shrank. My hand passing through a hoodie. The floor shifting like a belly breathing. The black snow that turned to smear on my fingers. The way her shoes did not touch the tile. In that false dark, I had begged to be seen. I had said, "Are you talking to me?" to a stranger in a mask as if he might say, "No," and walk past. He had grabbed my strap anyway and pulled. He had seen me in the most simple, useful way a person can be seen, as a body that needed help. "We'll call your mom from the hospital," Bethany said, writing something on a form attached to a clipboard without taking her eyes off what she was doing on my arm. "You'll rest. The doctors will check your lungs. They'll probably keep you overnight so we can watch you for a bit. You can sleep without your body having to keep watch for you. That will be good for you." Outside, the gray of the morning had turned richer. The sun was higher, but the air through the little cracks still felt cool on my face. The motion of the ambulance rocked me in a steady way. It wasn't the sink slow of the night before. It was more like a boat on a small lake with a gentle wind pushing it. The mask filled with air and emptied, filled and emptied, that simple rhythm cutting through the leftover noise in my head. I looked down at the wet cloths wrapped around my forearms like bandages and then at my hands. They were dirty, but they were mine. When I closed my fingers, they made a fist, and the fist opened again. Across from me was a little cabinet with glass doors. Inside were rows of gauze and small bottles with labels. A plastic bag of clear fluid swung from a hook near the ceiling. Bethany checked it, and checked me, and checked her watch again. Her hands were steady and quick. The driver called out something like, "Bump!" and the wheels went over a place in the road that lifted us a tiny bit and set us back down. The bump made my teeth click, and for some reason that small familiar sensation made my eyes fill. Tears slid out in a quiet, slippery way. Bethany reached out and touched my shoulder with the back of her fingers, light as a moth landing on a windowsill. It was the kind of touch that says I see you without saying any words. "They'll fix your hair," she said, smiling a little at the mess of it above my forehead. A thin curl came loose and fell onto my mask. She brushed it off with one knuckle. "I kept asking to be invisible," I said, the words sounding foolish and huge at the same time inside the small bright space. "I kept asking, and then it happened, and it wasn't what I wanted at all." "That happens," she said. "Sometimes we don't know the shape of the thing we're asking for until it shows up and sits down in our lap. Sometimes it helps to ask for something else. Try this. Please let me be safe. Please let me be strong. Please let me be seen by the right people at the right time." I said the new words in my head, not like a prayer yet, more like a plan. Please let me be safe. Please let me be strong. Please let me be seen by the right people at the right time. The rhythm of the oxygen matched the rhythm of the siren, which matched the rhythm of the tire's hum. The sound slid into me and made a slow beat where the fast, sticky one had been. I let the back of my head sink into the thin pillow. The ceiling of the ambulance had tiny holes in it like the ceiling of my bedroom, but the pattern was different. I followed one row with my eyes and then the next until they blurred into soft dots. The tight place in my chest loosened. When I closed my eyes this time, I didn't drop straight down. I floated. Under the mask, the air tasted like nothing. It was the best thing I had tasted all day. I heard Bethany say something to the driver about the route. I heard the small beep change speed and then settle. Far away, a siren from another street answered ours like a call and response. The sound rolled toward us and moved away again. I thought of the classroom with its clean white tables and the smell of fresh notebooks on the first day. I thought of a small ash flake turning to smear on my finger. I thought of the firefighter's hand on my strap and his voice in my ear, sharp and sure, pulling me toward the door. I thought of sunlight on the steps and the way the air felt like a gift. The ambulance turned. I tipped a little, then level again. The world beyond the back windows slid from trees to brick to the bright glass of the hospital doors. It wasn't the invisibility I had asked for, and it wasn't the kind of day I would have chosen. But I had been seen by someone who needed to see me at the exact moment I needed it, and now here I was, moving toward help. I drew a slow breath, felt the cool push of air, and let it out. 2 more years, I thought, and then, correcting myself with the quiet care Bethany had used with me, today first. Then tomorrow. Safe. Strong. Seen. I have always loved Halloween. Ever since I was little, the last weeks of October made my stomach flutter in a good way. I liked the smell of cold air, the sound of leaves rolling over the pavement, and the way the sky turned early from blue to gray. I liked the decorations too. A paper skeleton in a window. A cheap plastic gravestone stuck in a yard. A witch in a pointed hat that was not scary at all, just funny. The night felt playful, like the whole town agreed to pretend together. Even the scary movies felt safe in that space. You jump, you laugh, you eat candy, and you go to bed happy. When I became a preteen, I decided I was too old for costumes. I stopped trick-or-treating and told myself I was grown up now, even though I missed knocking on doors and saying, "Thank you," for a chocolate bar. School took up more of my time. I traded pumpkins for phones and sugar for soda. Then life moved forward, the way it always does, and I forgot how much this night used to mean to me. Years passed. I turned 25. My daughter, Olivia, learned to walk, then to run. She learned to point to a picture of a pumpkin and say, "Pumpkin," in her small voice. That brought the holiday back to me in a new way. I realized there is no age limit for a costume when you are the mother helping your child step into theirs. All at once the old excitement returned, but it felt softer and warmer. It was not just about me anymore. It was about making a memory for her. That year Olivia was about 18 months old. We picked a green dragon costume with soft scales and a tail that dragged on the floor. When she put on the hood, 2 little felt horns stuck up over her forehead. I took a lot of pictures. I sent them to my mother. I sent them to my friends. I knew I was biased, but I thought she was the cutest dragon in the world. We went out right after dinner. The sun was fading, but it was not all the way dark. The air had a clean bite to it. The street was full of kids. Some were pirates, some were superheroes, some were just wearing a hoodie and a mask because they had decided to go at the last minute. Parents walked beside them with travel mugs and flashlight apps. Every time Olivia held out her pumpkin bucket, the person at the door would smile, and I would tell them, "She's a dragon," and they would nod like it was very important that they knew. We only lasted about an hour. That is a long time when you are little. Olivia's steps got small and slow, and then she sat down on the sidewalk and let out a big, tired cry to tell me she was done. I picked her up, rubbed her back, and said we would go home. I did not mind. I had worked a full day, and my back was sore from carrying her around door to door. It felt good to turn toward our street, away from the noise. At home I set the pumpkin bucket on the counter. I ran a warm bath for my dragon and washed the stickiness off her hands and cheeks. Her eyes got heavy. I put lotion on her skin and pulled a soft pajama top over her head. We read a board book about a farm. I kissed her on the forehead and turned on the baby monitor. I stood there a moment the way parents do, watching the soft rise and fall of her chest, and then I went to the living room. I was still in my own costume, which was a simple nod to the headless horseman. It was nothing major, just a black coat and a hat. I changed into a t-shirt and leggings. I grabbed a beer from the fridge. I also took a few small chocolates from Olivia's bucket. I told myself I would replace them later, even though I knew she would forget what she had. I settled on the couch and turned on a scary movie. It was not a great movie, but the point was not to be great. The point was to feel a steady stream of little scares while you sit warm and safe in your own home. I jumped at the loud parts, then laughed at myself. I finished the beer, then poured a glass of water. When the credits started to roll, the house felt extra quiet. I turned off the TV. I went to the kitchen to rinse my glass and fill it with ice water. That was when someone knocked on my front door. I glanced at the stove clock. The green numbers said 10:39. Trick-or-treating in our neighborhood ended at 8. I thought maybe a couple of teenagers were still out, doing a last round or playing a prank. I did not want anyone knocking loud and waking my child. I walked quietly down the hall and looked through the peephole. A teenage girl stood on my porch. She looked about 16. She wore a red cloak with a hood, like Little Red Riding Hood. Her dark hair was long and straight. Black mascara had run down her cheeks. She was crying, and not in a pretty way. She was shaking and making small sounds in the back of her throat. She kept glancing behind her, like she was afraid something was out there. I opened the door because I could not leave a kid in that state. "Are you okay?" I asked. "What's going on?" She pushed past me and closed the door herself. "Please," she said. "Please let me stay for a minute. Please. I'm so scared. No one would let me in. I tried so many houses. No one would even look at me." Her fear was like a smell in the air, sharp and raw. If it was a joke, it was the best acting I had ever seen. but I did not think it was a joke at all. I thought about Olivia sleeping in the next room, and that thought did not make me want to throw the girl out. It made me want to lock the door and deal with whatever this was in a calm way. "Okay," I said. "You're safe here. Do you need water?" She nodded. She pulled the hood off her head and wiped her face with the back of her hand. I went to the kitchen, filled a glass, and brought it back. She drank the whole thing in a few seconds, set the glass on the coffee table, and clutched her hands in her lap. "What happened?" I asked, keeping my voice low and gentle. She took a breath like she was trying to slow her heart. "I was with some friends," she said. "We were just messing around. We weren't trick-or-treating. We were going to a party later. We cut through the cemetery because we thought it would be funny. We brought some candles. We thought we would do a seance. We didn't think anything would happen. It was just a laugh." My arms broke out in goosebumps. I did not want to hear more, and I wanted to hear everything. I wanted her to say it was a prank and her friends would jump out and shout any second. I wanted her to say she had gotten lost and someone's porch light had gone out. But she kept going. "At first I heard a sound way off," she said. "I thought it was a train, but it wasn't a train. Then I thought it was wind, but the trees weren't moving. We were sitting on a low stone wall, and the grave right next to us made a weird noise, and the edge of it crumbled. We screamed and ran. I ran without thinking. I didn't know where my friends were. I kept running, and all I saw were more graves." Her voice sped up and got thin. She wiped at her eyes again. "I tripped over something and fell," she said. "When I got up, there was a woman in front of me. She was wearing a long black dress. She smelled so bad. She smelled like something died. Her eyes were white. Not like blue or gray. White. Her mouth was open, and her teeth were wrong. Like too many teeth. And there was an axe stuck in her neck. Her head was tilted to the side like it was loose." The girl shuddered. "She touched me," she said. "She had long nails, like claws. I ran. I ran and tried to get someone to help me, but no one opened their door. And then you did. I don't know where my friends are. I was so scared I wet myself." She looked down, embarrassed, and spoke so quietly that I had to lean forward to hear. A strange mix of thoughts went through my head. Part of me felt bad for her. Part of me wanted to check on my daughter again. Part of me wondered if this was a lie. People can lie very well when they want something. I did not think she was high, but I asked anyway. "You're not playing a trick on me, right?" I said. "Are you on anything?" "No," she said, shaking her head hard. 2 beers hours ago. That's it. I swear." "What about your friends?" I said. "Could they be the ones who scared you?" "I hope so," she said in a flat voice. "I really hope so." Silence hung in the room. The house felt too small for the size of her fear. I told myself to move, to be practical. "I'm going to get my phone so you can call your parents," I said. "I think I have some sweatpants that might fit you too. You can wash up. Just sit here. I'll be right back." I walked down the hall. I looked in on Olivia. She was safe in her crib, cheeks pink, hair damp from her bath, breath slow and steady. I picked up my cell phone from my nightstand. I opened the dialer as I walked back to the living room. When I reached the doorway, the couch was empty. The front door was shut and locked the way I had left it. I checked the kitchen. I checked the small hallway by the bathroom. "Hello?" I called in a whisper. I did not want to wake my child, but I also did not want this person wandering around my home unseen. There was no answer. I opened the front door and stepped out, the cold air hitting my bare feet. I looked left and right. The street was quiet. No one stood on my porch. No one ran down the sidewalk. No one hid behind my shrubs. I felt a weird frustration, like I had lost hold of a story halfway through. I did not sleep much after that. I lay in bed with my eyes open and listened to the night. The next morning came slow. Olivia woke up cheerful, as if the night had never happened. She ate yogurt melts in her booster seat and smacked the tray with her palm to make the spoon jump. I moved around the living room with a mug of coffee, trying to set my mind on normal things. I told myself I would read for a while. I went to the bookshelf. On my way there I paused. The couch cushions had 4 dark, rusty stains on them. 2 were where the girl had sat. 2 were on the back cushions above that spot. My throat tightened. I knelt to look closer. The stains looked like old blood, dried and brown around the edges. I had not seen any injury. She had said she was not hurt. If this was blood, how had it gotten there without me seeing? I thought about calling the police. I told myself I would feel foolish if it turned out to be spilled soda or candy. I also told myself the right thing to do was to tell someone, in case a teenager was injured and missing. I stood there arguing with myself when the voice of the local news anchor drew my attention. The TV was on in the background with the sound low. The words cemetery and teenage girl cut through the noise in my brain like a bell. At Park Hill Cemetery, the newscaster said, a teenage girl was found deceased at approximately 10 this morning by a groundskeeper. The sheriff's office has not released her name. They are not releasing details of her death at this time. They say she likely died sometime last night. My hands went cold. I knew at once what I believed, even if I did not want to. I picked up Olivia, grabbed my keys and my bag, and put her in the car. I drove faster than I should have to the sheriff's office. People looked at me when I parked crooked. I carried my daughter on my hip and went inside. At the front desk I said, I need to talk to someone about the girl found in the cemetery. My voice shook. The deputy behind the glass slid the drawer open and told me to wait. A minute later he came out and led me down a hall. He knocked on a door. A voice inside said, Yeah. He opened the door and stepped back. A heavy man with tired eyes sat at a desk covered in papers. He looked up, did a double take when he saw my face, and then put on a softer expression like he was moving from one part of his job to another. Come in, he said. I'm Sheriff Hughes. I'm Laura, I said. Laura Yoke. We shook hands. He told me to sit, but I stayed standing because Olivia was fussy and liked to bounce. He opened a small notebook and picked up a pen. Tell me what you came to tell me, he said. Start with the time. Last night, I said. Exactly 10:39 p.m. I watched him write the number 10:39. He asked me to go on. I told him about the knock, the girl's clothing, the fear in her voice, the story about the cemetery, the smell, the woman with the axe in her neck, the white eyes, the nails, the way the girl vanished when I went to get my phone, and the stains on the couch in the morning. I expected him to stop me halfway and tell me it did not match anything they knew. For a second, when I described the red cloak and long dark hair, an expression crossed his face. It was quick, but I saw it. His eyes changed. Then he smoothed his features and spoke in a careful tone. I can't share details of an active investigation, he said. But I can say something that may ease your mind. The medical examiner has a preliminary time of death. It puts the girl's time of death at around 8:30. If your time is exact, and you say it is, then the girl you saw at 10:39 could not have been the same person. How accurate is that? I asked. Time of death, I mean. Pretty accurate, he said, then corrected himself to sound more formal. Accurate enough for our purposes at this stage. What about the stains? I said. Could it be? I mean, I know how this sounds, but they look like blood. He lifted his chin toward Olivia. Toddlers make messes, he said. You might find a broken pen under the cushion. A juice box can leak and dry brown. If this girl had been bleeding, you would have seen it. You asked her. She said she was not hurt. I'm not calling you a liar. I'm saying we have no reason to think your visitor was the same person as the victim from the cemetery. It's best not to tie those things together unless we know more. I left his office with a weird mix of feelings. He had not been rude. He had listened. He had written things down. He had also shut the door on the one thing that made sense to me, which was that the girl who had sat on my couch in a red cloak and cried about a woman in a black dress was the same girl from the news, and that she had come to me after death because there was nowhere else for her to go. I tried to accept his version. I wanted to, because it is easier to live with a coincidence than with something you cannot explain. I stayed off the news for a while. I focused on Olivia. I went back to my steady routines. I did laundry. I cooked simple meals. I took my daughter to the park when the sun came out. The stains on the cushion faded after I scrubbed them with a mix of baking soda and vinegar. The world looked normal again if I looked at it from a few feet away. A few weeks later, we went to my mother's house for Thanksgiving. The kitchen was hot and smelled like butter and cinnamon. Olivia sat on a blanket in the living room with blocks. My aunt's husband, Robbie, is a deputy in the next county. He had already had 3 drinks by the time we sat down to eat. He likes to tell stories. He likes to shock people. I usually roll my eyes and let him talk. That night, his story punched through the noise of plates and forks. "You wouldn't believe the sick people walking around like they're normal," he said. "That girl at Park Hill Cemetery. You hear about that? They kept the details out of the paper, but I hear things. The guy who did it used an axe. He cut off her arms and legs. Like that old legend. What's her name? The pastor's wife. Tallulah. Tallulah something. He wanted it to look like her. He even bit her neck." My aunt said his name in a warning tone, but he kept going. "They never found the arms and legs," he said. "He took them with him. Can you imagine?" I did not hear any more because I went somewhere inside my head where it was cold and silent. My cousin said, "Tallulah James. Remember that story, Laura? We used to scare each other with it." I nodded, but I did not speak. The room tilted like I was on a boat. I fainted. When I woke up, I was on my old bed from high school, lying on a quilt my mother had made. She sat beside me stroking my hair. "You're okay," she said. "You got lightheaded. It happens. Do you want water?" I shook my head. She told me she had Olivia. She told me to rest. She went to check on the food. I lay there and thought of all the times we had told the story of Tallulah James as children. We told it at sleepovers with a flashlight under a blanket. We told it at the end of the driveway while the bugs clicked in the grass. The story always began the same way. Tallulah James was the pastor's wife. She baked pies for church events. She had a neat little garden. People said she was a good woman. Then her husband got sick. Some said he had a bad heart. Some said she fed him poison. He died. After that, children started to go missing. People looked in the woods, by the river, in the old quarry. They did not find them. They whispered. They waited. One night a group of men went to Tallulah's house with lanterns. They told themselves they were only going to ask questions. They knew in their hearts they were going to find something bad. They found the missing children in the cellar. Their bodies were lined up on the dirt floor. Their arms and legs were gone. When they asked Tallulah what she had done with them, she said, "I ate them." No one knew if that was true or if she said it to scare them, or if the storyteller made it up later to make the story worse. The part everyone agreed on was the end. A cousin of hers, a man who worked as a farmhand, grabbed an axe and hit her in the neck. He hit her once, and her head sagged. He hit her twice, and she fell. The men stood there in the flicker of the lanterns and stared at what they had done. That was the ending we gave it when we were little. We always left out the part that comes after, the part where a story keeps walking even after a body stops. I did not think about whether Tallulah James had been a real person when I was a child. I did not care. She was a ghost story you tell to get the spark of fear that feels like a ride. I did not think about her really standing in a cemetery wearing a black dress with white eyes and an axe in her neck. I did not imagine a dead girl in a red cloak knocking on a stranger's door, desperate and polite, asking for a glass of water. I thought about the sheriff saying the time of death was 8:30. I thought about my stove clock showing 10:39 when the knock came. I thought about the stains on the cushion. I thought about my aunt's husband saying the killer used an axe to make it look like the old murders. There are two ways to understand the same night. One is simple. A drunk man hurt a teenage girl, killed her, and left her in the cemetery. The other is not simple. It says that on Halloween, when the wall between things is thin, the past can reach forward with a long hand and tip the present over, and a girl who had already died can come to your door anyway because she has one last errand before she goes. I got up and went to the kitchen. My mother was stirring gravy. The TV in the other room was on a football game. The world looked the way it always had. I held my daughter and breathed in the smell of her hair. I understood something I had not understood before. I still love Halloween, but I do not love it the way I loved it as a child. I love it the way you might love a wild animal that comes to your yard sometimes. You smile when you see it from the window. You do not try to pet it. You stand a little back. You remember it has teeth. After that night, I thought more about closed doors and open ones. I bought a better porch light. I kept extra water bottles on a shelf by the entryway just in case someone else needed help. I checked the lock twice before I went to bed. I still took Olivia trick-or-treating the next year. She was a bumblebee. She ran from house to house with legs that were suddenly longer, and I called, "Slow down," and laughed because she did not slow down at all. When we came home, I did what I always do. Bath, pajamas, kiss, monitor. I sat on the couch with a blanket over my knees and watched a movie that would not win any awards. I waited for the part where the door knocks in the movie, and you jump even though you can see the fake house on the screen. There was no knock at my door that year. There was no girl on the porch. There were no stains on the cushion in the morning. The story had come to my house once and passed through. It did not need to come again. But I still think about her sometimes when the weather turns and the sky looks like slate and a group of teenagers walks down the street in black hoodies laughing too loud. I think about her hands around that glass and how she said thank you even though she was shaking. I think about how afraid she looked and how polite she was in the middle of that fear. I think about how she said she hoped her friends were playing a joke. I hope that too, even though I know it is not true. I also think about the woman in the black dress, the one with the axe in her neck. I say her name in my head. Tallulah James. I say it quietly, like a prayer or like I am reading a name on a grave. I do not know what is true about her story. I know stories change as they pass from mouth to mouth. I know people add and take away. I know real pain sits behind most legends like a small, solid stone. I try not to feed the story with fear. I try to feed it with care. That sounds strange, but it is the only way I know to carry it. Sometimes, very late, after I check on Olivia one more time, I stand in my doorway and listen. The street is empty. The lights in other houses are off. A train in the distance makes a long sound like a breath. The wind moves just enough to slide one dry leaf across the driveway. I think of the girl in the red cloak knocking on my door after she had already left the world, and how I opened the door and said, "Are you okay?" I am glad I did. If I had not, I would be telling myself a different story every night for the rest of my life. A story that starts with a knock and ends with a closed door. I do not know what exactly happened in the cemetery that Halloween. I only know the shape of it as it touched the small circle of my house. A line runs across the night between 8:30 and 10:39. On one side of the line, a teenage girl died. On the other side, the same girl sat on my couch and drank a glass of water and tried to catch her breath. Both things can be true at once, but you cannot hold them both in your hands. You have to hold one and then the other, and then set them down and go to sleep. And in the morning you get up and feed your child and wash the dishes and take the trash to the curb because the truck comes on Thursdays. On Thanksgiving, after everyone calmed down and I stopped feeling dizzy, we ate too much pie and Olivia fell asleep in my mother's lap with her mouth open a little. I watched my aunt's husband tell another story about something that happened on the job that did not involve ghosts at all, only paperwork and patience. Life tilted back into place. Later, when I was alone, I looked up the old legend on my phone. I read a short article about a woman who lived a long time ago. No one could agree on the details. Some said she was real. Some said she was a mix of real things and the kind of shine a story gives them. The end was always the same. An axe. A neck. A head listing to one side. A group of people living with what they did from then on. I turned off the phone and put it face down. I did not need more. I had enough. The legend does not need my belief to keep walking. It has its own legs. It moves from town to town, house to house, child to child, mother to mother, as easy as wind. Sometimes it knocks. Sometimes you do not hear it. Sometimes you do. When October rolls around now, I still pull the plastic bin down from the closet shelf. I still tape paper bats above the fireplace. I still help Olivia choose a costume. We still go out as the sky grows dark and the first porch lights blink on. I still carry a spare jacket, and a baggie of crackers and a small bottle of hand gel. I still hold her hand at the corners and say thank you when people put candy in her bucket. I also do one more thing. I set a little glass of water on the table by the door before we leave. It is a habit now. It is for anyone who might need it, living or not. It costs nothing. It takes no time. It helps in the ways that small things help, by making space for kindness without asking for anything back. This is what I tell myself when the night gets quiet, and I start to remember. Halloween is still the night I love. It is also a night I respect. It is not just costumes and candy and movies with easy, safe jumps. It is a door that swings on a hinge between now and then, between here and somewhere else. Most of the time it opens and shuts with no trouble. Once in a while it sticks. If it sticks and someone knocks, I will open, and I will say, "Are you okay?" I will let them drink their water. And when they go, I will stand in the entryway listening to the empty porch, and I will be grateful for the time I was given to be someone's safe place, even if it was only for a minute, even if they had already left this world and did not know it yet. So I still love Halloween. I still put on a costume. I still tuck my child into bed and watch a bad movie and eat too much chocolate from a small orange bucket. But I also keep a little caution in my pocket, like a talisman, to remind me that some stories are real enough to touch you. And somewhere, in the place where stories live after they stop being told out loud, I hope the girl in the red cloak found her friends, or a path, or a light, and I hope she is not scared anymore. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. When I was 24, my brother died. Back then I was taking calls at a big internet company on the West Coast, the kind of job you hold while you try to figure out what you're really doing with your life. I'd clock out, eat something simple for dinner, and fall asleep on the couch to a true crime documentary. That's exactly where I was when the knock came, 3 steady taps that sounded polite and serious at the same time. 2 officers stood in the hall when I opened the door. The woman was older, with hair pulled back from a tired face. Her partner was younger, eyes too careful for someone that age. They asked if I was Robert Fellows, brother to John Fellows. I said yes, and the woman's expression changed in a way that told me the rest before she said a word. They asked to come in. We sat. They spoke gently and slowly, the way people do when they know their words will land hard. John had left work at the usual time. He'd been heading over the bridge that cut downtown from the rest of the city. He loved show tunes and would have had his playlist going, singing through a chorus even if he didn't know all the words. A drunk driver came from the side at a speed you don't expect inside a city, about 95 miles an hour. The other car hit the driver's side of John's little Mazda. They were sure he died instantly. They told me the driver had been arrested. They handed me a card with a number for victim services and another for the detective on the case. I nodded and put the card on the cushion next to me, like I meant to call later, like that would fix anything. They asked if there was someone they could call for me. I said I would be fine. When they left, I locked the door because that is what you do with doors, and I slid down the wall until the carpet pressed lines into my cheek. I cried until my ribs ached. I fell asleep on the floor with the television still whispering to no one. Looking back, I wish I had paid attention to the little things in the apartment while I was falling apart. I wish I had noticed the way the extension cords under the TV stand weren't lying the way I'd left them. I wish I had seen how the phone charger on the coffee table seemed to inch toward my hand, as if it wanted to touch my wrist. I didn't see any of that. I didn't see anything but the fact of a door closing behind 2 officers and the shape of a life without my brother. John was 4 years older than me. He walked me home when I was small. He let me tag along with his friends even when it meant playing the long version of a board game so I wouldn't feel left out. He was the first person I told when I got hired at the internet company, and the first person who said it was okay if it wasn't my dream, that working the phones was honest and decent, while I figured myself out. When our parents died within months of each other, he found us an apartment we could afford, took the bedroom with the smaller window, and worked hours that made his eyes red just so mine didn't have to be. I keep one memory like a stone I can carry. The day we buried our parents, we walked from the cemetery to the parking lot without speaking. He put his arm around my shoulders and said, very simply, "Robbie, you know I'll always look after you, right?" He said it like a fact, not a promise. For a long time after he died, I kept meeting that line in my head like it had been placed for me to find again and again. The weeks after the officers came were the color of dishwater. I went to work. I came home. I slept without resting. I forgot to shave and then forgot to care. I heated things in the microwave, ate half, and left the plate on the counter for later. If you'd asked me what day it was, I would have guessed wrong. Grief wasn't sharp, not after the first days. It was a weight sitting in the middle of my chest, heavy enough that I couldn't take a deep breath. I didn't want to watch movies. I didn't want to write a script like I told myself I would. I didn't want to do anything that belonged to the old life. A month in, my boss asked me to step into his office. He was kind in a way that still had edges. He said he understood I had been through something hard. He also said my numbers were bad and my calls weren't being handled the way they needed to be. He said I could take some time. He said if I didn't, and if the work didn't improve, he would have to let me go. I told him I would take the time. He seemed relieved. I went home just after lunch and slept until the sky went dark. That was the night I had the first dream. In the dream, I woke up and couldn't move. It was pitch black. Something cold and smooth pressed my arms to my sides and my legs together. The pressure wasn't steady. It tightened and loosened, as if it were breathing. I knew the feel of it even though I couldn't see it. It was the feel of plastic and rubber pulled tight around skin. Wires. Not one wire, not two, but many, winding and unwinding themselves around me with the patient rhythm of something alive. Fear sets up a loud drumbeat in your body when you can't move. I felt it in my throat and then in my chest. I tried to call out, but the sound stayed in my mouth. The thing holding me, not a thing I could name, not a rope or a belt, but a collection of familiar objects behaving in a way they never should, tightened again until I thought I heard my ribs creak, and I found my voice long enough to shout once, the shout a person makes when they know no one will hear them. Then I woke for real, sweating through the sheet. It was the kind of nightmare you shake off with a laugh once you realize you're safe. I tried to do that. I turned the lamp on. I turned it off. I drank water standing in the kitchen with my hand braced on the counter. I went back to bed and watched the lines on the ceiling slowly brighten with morning. When I finally got up, the last of the dream had faded to a film in my head. I only thought about it again when I took a shower and ran a soapy hand down my side. The skin there felt like it had been fenced. Not scratches. Not bruises. Grooves, faint but real, the kind that would be left if something thin and strong had wrapped tight and held on. I needed to move. I didn't have a plan, just a direction. I put on a clean t-shirt and a jacket and started walking. The air had that early spring chill that makes you breathe a little deeper. I went where my feet took me, past a row of closed-up shops, across an empty lot with stubborn weeds, into a part of town waiting for someone to decide what to do with it. An old hotel sat at the edge of a block like a bruise. Soot crawled up the walls. Most of the windows were broken. A black cat eased through a gap in the plywood near the ground floor. It looked back once at me, then vanished into the dark. I don't know why I followed the cat. Maybe I wanted to be somewhere that looked how I felt. Maybe I wanted to be reminded that other things kept moving even when you stopped. I found a side door that had been forced long ago. Inside, the air smelled of damp and ash. Stairs with broken treads led up to floors where the carpet had given up. I moved carefully, feeling with my foot before I put weight down, stepping around holes where the rain had come through and softened the edges of everything. I almost turned back. I told myself I was being stupid. And then I heard it, faint at first, a high, thin sound that was almost music, almost a swarm, almost a whisper. It didn't sound like anything I could put a name to, but it made sense to my body in a way that made me want to get closer. I went up. I moved through 2 rooms broken open to each other. I followed the sound into a long hallway and then left into a room where the ceiling had peeled like old paint and fallen in sheets. The wires were there. At least, that is the word I have for them. It isn't right, not exactly, because you picture a few cords snaking around a desk when you hear a word like that. This was a mass. It took up the far half of the room from floor to ceiling, a wall of black cables and cords knotted tightly, and then not knotted at all, every strand sliding over the next and under another, making and unmaking 1,000 tiny paths each second. Thick power cords and thin headphone lines, braided and smooth, rubber and cloth, the whole history of how we plug ourselves into things, breathing. It moved with its own timing. I felt it like wind from the ocean that keeps coming whether you stand there or not. Parts of it swelled. Parts of it drew in. The not music I'd followed came from inside it, a layered buzzing that seemed soft until I realized there was no other sound in the room at all. Not my shoes on the floor, not my breath, not the cat that had led me in. I understood 3 separate things in the same instant. This was wrong, it wanted me to notice it, and I should leave right now. I turned toward the doorway I'd just come through and found only more of the same. Where there had been a doorway, there was now a weave of black lines. Not just in the doorway but in the wall. Then past that wall. Then another wall. It was like watching a reflection in a window at night swallow the room behind the glass. The hotel flickered and the wires were there beneath it, like a body lying under a sheet. Panic doesn't build in a neat line. It jumps. 1 second I wanted to understand what I was seeing. The next second I wanted to be anywhere else. I shouted without meaning to, and that was when it moved toward me. Lines that had been part of the hole pushed out, reached across the room, and wrapped my ankles, then my shins, then my thighs. More came fast enough that I felt the air move. They were cool against my skin at first, then warmed by the heat of my body, like hands that had been washed and not dried. I knew there was no point in fighting the way I was fighting, but my body fought anyway. I pulled. I twisted. I tried to kick and found my legs held close together by something that felt like a dozen hands. I think I cried. I know I made a sound that would have embarrassed me if anyone I knew had been there to hear it. The wires tightened with a patience that made me shake. They didn't jerk or yank. They decided where they were going, and they went there. When one line brushed my throat, I turned my face and made a sound I had never made before in my life. A sound came back, not from the room but from close to my ear. It wasn't a language I knew, but it had the shape of meaning. If you've ever heard someone sing in a language you don't speak and found yourself understanding the feeling of the words without needing a dictionary, it was like that. Breath moved against my skin, like a mouth had leaned close and made itself known 1 inch from my ear. You can be very brave and still fall apart when something you can't see speaks to you like that. I pushed against the wires until my muscles shook and the world went tight at the edges, and then the words arrived in something like English, soft and sure. You can come to be with us, and there you can join our mass. It said it like an invitation, not a threat. It said it like a solution to a problem I hadn't been able to fix. The next thing I knew, I was back in my bed. Evening pressed gray through the blinds. I lay still a long time, my heart beating fast but steady now, and tried to understand what had happened. The memory of the abandoned hotel was clear, the soot on the wall, the broken railing, the way the buzzing had pulled me forward like a string around my chest. The memory of the wires was clearer still. And yet I was home, wearing the same clothes, with the sheet kicked down to the foot of the bed and my phone on the nightstand exactly where I'd left it the morning before. I stood and went to the window. City lights blinked through a fine mist. For a minute I thought about calling someone. There wasn't anyone. Not really. I poured water and drank it standing in the kitchen with my hand on the counter again. My brother's name came to mind and stayed there, the way a song does after you hear one line in a store and hum it for hours. I thought of him saying he would always look after me. I thought of what it would mean for there to be a way to make that true. There is a kind of calm that isn't calm at all. It's the quiet you hear when a storm moves in and the birds stop talking because they know what comes next. That was how the apartment sounded to me. Nothing moved except the second hand on the wall clock. My backpack was under the hook by the door. I pulled it out and started filling it wrong. 2 shirts and a jacket, a pair of socks, a half-empty box of cereal I wasn't sure why I took, my wallet, my passport though I had nowhere to go. I put the backpack in the bathroom and closed the door because the bathroom had the fewest wires. I thought about the woods north of the city. I pictured no streetlights, no televisions, no chargers coiled like sleeping snakes on a nightstand. I told myself if I could just get to trees and dirt, I would be able to think. It would have been smart to look around the bathroom before I made my plan. It would have been smart to check the cupboard. If I had, I would have seen the thin black charger for my electric razor draped like a lazy cat over a stack of towels, 2 inches of cord lying on the shelf and the rest snaked inside where I had tossed it. I opened the bathroom door with the backpack on one shoulder, walked into the hall, and made it as far as the deadbolt. The phone charger shot from the table leg and wrapped my ankle. I tried to shake it off and another cord came from the direction of the bedroom, longer than it should have been, a line that belonged to the computer on the desk but reached anyway. The TV cables slid from behind the stand like animals waking and remembering they had work to do. A handful of cords you might coil over your hand and tuck away if you were tidying became enough to pull me down to the floor. Before I could get a hand under me, they had both my wrists. I kicked and one wrapped my calves together so neatly I might as well have done it myself with tape. The more I fought, the more they seemed to know what I would do next. I had the sense of being seen, not by eyes, but by something that knew the shape of a body in the places where a body is easiest to move. It was like being pinned by waves as they break one after another, nothing personal in it at all, just something large following its own rules. The whisper came the way it had in the hotel room, right at the edge of my ear, close enough that I turned my head away from a mouth I couldn't see. The words were simple and patient, the same ones as before, as if the speaker believed repetition would eventually make me understand. The Mass. The Mass. You will join our Mass. The air changed while I lay there. The ceiling blurred and then sharpened, and then blurred again. In one blink I saw my own apartment, popcorn ceiling, light fixture I kept meaning to dust, a hairline crack where a painter hadn't done a careful job years ago. In the next blink I saw layers of lines, black on black, some glossy, some dull, stretching into a space I couldn't size, bright and dark at once like a room lit by the white of a hospital hall. My head rang. I couldn't tell whether the sound filled the room or my body. And then another voice came, the one I knew better than my own. I didn't hear it in my ear. I heard it the way you hear your name in a crowd and look up without knowing why. It was John's voice, calm and kind and careful. He said, like he had on the walk from the cemetery years before, "Robbie, you know I'll always look after you, right?" The sound around me changed from a whisper to a shriek. Not loud. Not like metal on metal. More like a radio turned from one station to another so fast it made your teeth hurt. The wires loosened. It took a second for my body to understand the new instruction. When it did, I rolled to my side and pulled my hands to my chest. I stayed there until the last lines slid off my wrist and away across the floor. When I sat up, tears had dried on my face without me noticing. He stood in the hall between the kitchen and the living room as if he'd just arrived with a bag of takeout and a bad joke. He wore the blue sweater I had put in a box after we cleared his apartment, the one he'd liked because it made his eyes look a lighter color. He smiled at me the same way he had smiled every time I'd managed to make him laugh at something that wasn't actually funny. I opened my mouth and couldn't make anything come out. "Don't worry about the mass," he said. "They won't come after you anymore. I won't let them. I love you, you know." He said it like a fact. I nodded because I didn't know what else to do. The room went soft at the edges, and I let go. When I woke, sunlight stood in a square on the bedroom wall. The apartment was ordinary again. Dust on the TV stand, a spoon on the counter by the sink, my shoes kicked into a corner by the door. I showered and shaved. I made coffee the way I used to make it. I called my boss and told him I'd be back at work the next day and that I appreciated the time. He sounded surprised and pleased. I tucked the razor charger neatly into the drawer where it belonged and shut it with my hip. I went back to work with clean clothes and a clear voice. I took the time off I hadn't taken when John first died and used it the way it was meant to be used. I visited a counselor the victim services card had recommended. I wrote more in the evenings, not anything good at first, not anything important, just pages that made a stack. After a year, I sent a pilot script to a small production office that made medical dramas. They invited me to a meeting. I became one of the people in the back room who write the words someone else says. It wasn't glamorous, but it felt like the version of life I used to imagine when I was too young to know what to imagine. I met someone too. Her name is Maya. She is kind to waiters and patient with me and the sort of person who will be a good neighbor in any building she ever lives in. We talk about the future in a way that doesn't feel like tempting fate. I tell her stories about John, and she laughs like she knew him. Sometimes she asks me if I want to go somewhere with fewer wires, and we drive out of the city and walk under trees that have been there longer than the road. 5 years have passed. If you asked me outright whether I believe in what I saw in that abandoned hotel, I would say yes and then no and then tell you I don't know how to answer the question. I know what I felt. I know what I heard. I also know grief makes its own rooms and invites you to step inside. I know there are simpler versions of this story, the kind where a man has nightmares for a month and then, with help, begins to live his life again. I like simple stories. They are easier to hold. But I still dream, and the dreams are not simple. In them, the sound starts as a hum, then becomes a song, then becomes words I don't want to understand. I wake with my heart tight and my hands clenched like I am still holding something that does not want to be held. I lie there and listen for the small normal sounds, the refrigerator starting, the building settling, Maya's soft snore from the other side of the bed, and I tell myself this is what real life sounds like. I tell myself a hum is just a hum. Sometimes another thing happens that frightens me more than the dreams. I will try to picture my brother's face and find that I cannot. I feel the shape of him, the way you feel the outline of a word on your tongue when you can't remember it, and I know it's there. But if I try to see his eyes or his mouth, I get only a bright blur. It never lasts long. It still feels like standing in a doorway with no floor on the other side. In those moments, I think of the wires, the way they slid over each other without hurry, confident that they would reach whatever they were reaching for in the end. I tell myself they are wrong. I tell myself they don't get to decide what fades. When the dreams are bad, I leave a light on in the hall and sit at the kitchen table with a glass of water and a notebook. I write the small details that make a real person real, the line from a song John kept misquoting, the way he ate the point off every slice of pizza first, how he always bought the cheap tape at the drugstore even though it never stuck right. I do it because it helps. I do it because memory is a kind of doorway too, and I want to keep it propped open. There are days when I don't think about any of this at all. I go to work. I come home. Maya and I cook. We watch a show that isn't as good as it thinks it is. We fall asleep with the window cracked. Life is quiet and ordinary and good. On those days, if the thought of the wires shows up, it is small, like a bit of string in a drawer you never get around to throwing away. On other days, the thought is the drawer, and I have to choose not to pull it open. I don't know why the wires came into my life. I don't know if they exist in a way that would satisfy a scientist or a priest. I don't know why they chose a person who could barely keep his dishes washed. I know only that there are things we plug into because they make us feel connected to something bigger, and there are things that want to plug into us for the same reason. I know my brother loved me. I know he said he would always look after me, and that for a while that sentence kept a door closed that I could not close by myself. On a clear night this fall, rain started late and easy, a steady drift on the window glass. I stood in the dark living room and listened to it. The apartment was full of mild sounds. The drip in the bathroom sink I still needed to fix, the low hum of the fridge that always ran a little longer than I thought a fridge should, the steady breath of the city outside. I thought of the girl at the front desk of my building who always wore bright nails. I thought of my boss trying to tell a joke and forgetting the middle. I thought of John's sweater. I thought of my own voice reading lines in a room filled with people who cared about a story that didn't matter and mattered anyway. I can't decide if the wires were trying to take something or give something. Maybe both. Maybe all they had to offer was the idea that you never have to make another decision again if you let something else decide for you. I understand the appeal. I also understand the cost. Some mornings, when the coffee is good and the light is right, I am glad to pay the price of being a person. I turn on the lamp. I answer the phone. I step out into the wet hallway and take the stairs down to the street, where a bus rolls by with a sound like a sigh and the day waits, ordinary and patient, to see what I will do. I took the job because the pay was too good to pass up. £25 an hour to sit in a warm house and keep 2 kids safe on Halloween night? I'd aged out of trick-or-treating, and my friends all had parties I wasn't in the mood for. A quiet shift sounded better. Money in my pocket, a roof over my head, a few hours of easy work, simple. The house sat on a neat street where porches wore carved pumpkins like grinning lanterns and wind chimes clicked softly in the breeze. It smelled faintly of wet leaves and distant bonfires, that cozy, smoky scent every October seems to carry. When I rang the bell, a woman in a black dress opened the door with a harried smile. Fake spiderwebs stretched across the banister behind her. Somewhere upstairs a floorboard creaked, the sound small and human in the big, decorated space. "You must be Helen," she whispered. "I'm Janet. Come in, thank you so much for the short notice." Her husband appeared in the hall, struggling into a suit jacket that went with his simple vampire costume. He had the kind of distracted focus people get when they're almost out the door. "Harold," Janet said, "this is Helen. She's here for the children." He nodded, but his eyes kept traveling toward the staircase and then to the front door. His smile was tight. "Good to meet you." Janet gestured up the stairs. "Let me show you where they are before we go." I followed her up the carpeted steps. The house felt warm and lived in, the kind of place with school pictures on the walls and finger paintings on the fridge. On the landing she stopped at the first door and spoke even quieter than before. "That's Bobby," she murmured as she turned the knob. "He won't be any trouble. He sleeps through the night." The room was dim, lit only by a night light that painted the corners with soft honey. In the small bed near the window, a boy lay on his side with the blanket pulled to his chin. If he heard us, he didn't show it. Janet eased the door shut until the latch clicked very softly. Then she opened the next door. "And this is Alice." A little girl lay awake with the sheet up under her chin, eyes shiny and alert. I knelt to her level. "Hi, Alice," I said, brushing a stray strand of hair off her forehead. "I'm Helen. I'm here to look after you tonight." Her room was a small sea of dolls. They filled the shelves, the dresser, the window ledge, old and new, porcelain and plastic, some with crooked smiles and some with painted lashes too long to be real. There had to be 100 of them. Even with the shades down and the ceiling light off, I felt watched, though all the glass eyes were turned toward the wall. I told myself it was cute. I didn't say that dolls give me the creeps if I look too long. "They're lovely," I said instead. Alice nodded without speaking, and Janet touched my elbow. In the hall, Away from small ears, she let out a breath. Thank you again, truly. Your reference was wonderful. Alice can be a bit clingy. She doesn't like it when we leave. We don't get out much anymore. That's all right, I said. I had a little sister. I remember the bedtime battles. We don't have much family to help. Janet went on. Just my mother, and she's not well. It's too risky to leave Alice with her. From downstairs Harold called. We need to go. Coming, Janet called back. To me she said, we'll be home around 1, if that still works. It's fine, I said, and that was that. Downstairs, the living room lamp glowed from the corner, throwing thin shadows across the rug. I perched on the end of the couch while they rushed to tie capes and fix makeup. When they paused at the door, Harold looked at me like he was wrestling with something he couldn't decide to say. Alice, he began, then cut himself off. She's different. She makes things up sometimes. Harold, Janet said from the porch, we're late. He hesitated a second longer, then nodded once. Be careful, he said, to me, to the house, to the night, and pulled the door shut. The key turned in the lock from the outside. That surprised me. I waited for the slam of the car doors, the rattle of the engine, the hollow roll of tires over damp street. None of it came. The house settled into a deep quiet that wasn't quite peace. I walked to the door, peered through the peephole. The porch was empty. I told myself they were just finishing costumes in the car and made a loop of the downstairs to get my bearings. Bowl of sweets by the door, a small plastic skeleton hanging by the coat rack, a candle and a short pumpkin flickering on the windowsill. The kitchen held the usual rhythm, fridge humming, a faucet with a slow drip, a clock ticking. When I sat back on the couch, the cushion gave with a familiar sigh. I scrolled my phone to pass the time while the house breathed around me. The knock made me jump. 3 light taps, no bell. I took the bowl of sweets and cracked the door's first lock, then the second. On the doormat stood a boy no more than 8, costumeless, pale in the porch light. He didn't smile. He didn't hold out a bag. Trick or treat? I guessed, offering the bowl. He looked down and then up again without taking anything. He shook his head hard enough for his hair to shift. Do you want me to call someone? I asked. Where are your parents? He didn't answer. When he did speak, his voice was almost too soft. Can I come in? He asked. I felt a small, cold line trace my spine. I'm sorry, I said. I don't know who you are. I can call for you. Do you know a number? I turned to set the bowl on the entryway table and reached for my phone. In the second it took to look away and back, the boy was gone. The porch was empty. The street was a black ribbon, the closest porch pumpkin grinning at nothing. I shut the door fast, locked both locks, and stood still until my heartbeat slowed. It was a trick, it had to be. Kids knock and run. People play games on Halloween. That was the rule. Still, the quiet felt different after the knock, more like a held breath than a resting one. Footsteps patted the stairs. I was halfway up to meet them when Alice appeared at the top landing in footed pajamas, small and stiff, the front of the soft fabric dark with an unmistakable stain. I'm scared, she said. Oh, sweetheart, I said, moving quickly to her. It's all right. I put my arm around her shoulders. Accidents happen. Bobby, she whispered. Did he come into your room? I asked. She nodded, eyes shiny again. Let's get you cleaned up. Her room lay open just a hand's width. I went in on tiptoe and found clean pajamas in the dresser. In the bathroom the towel on the radiator was warm. The small, ordinary details calmed me. Soak, running water, a little girl who needed help like any other child on any other night. I wiped her off gently, got her into the dry pajamas, and coaxed her back under the sheet. Better? I asked. She nodded and snuggled into the pillow. I sat on the edge of the bed a moment, smoothing her hair, letting my gaze wander. The dolls drew my eye again. Every one of them faced the wall. Alice, I asked softly, why are all your dolls turned around? They were scared, she said. That old line of cold traced my back again. I kept my voice even. Are they scared now? She thought for a second, then shook her head. Do you want me to turn them back? I asked. She nodded. I stood and reached for the nearest one, fingers hovering over its round, painted cheek. Not by their heads, Alice said, with a flash of annoyance that sounded older than she was. Okay, I said quickly. Not by their heads. I picked them up by the stiff skirts and small arms, one by one, and turned them to face the room. The little glass eyes shone dully in the low light. When I finished the last row, Alice whispered, Can I have Jilly? Which one is Jilly? I asked. She pointed to a thin doll in the corner whose dress was frayed, and whose hair had fallen out in patches. Of all the dolls, this one looked the most loved in the hard way. Are you sure? I asked, lifting a prettier doll in pink lace. What about this one? She shook her head slowly. Jilly. I gave her the threadbare doll. She hugged it close. Within moments her breath evened out, and her eyes slid shut. I gathered the wet pajamas to wash them later and pulled her door almost closed. On the way to the stairs I glanced into Bobby's room. He lay exactly as before, small body outlined under the blanket, the steady hush of sleeping breath filling the quiet. From Alice's door came a violent rattle, as if someone had seized the knob and tried to twist it out of the wood. My heart slammed into my ribs. I rushed back and swung the door inward. Alice slept on, face soft, Jilly tucked under her chin. Every doll in the room faced the wall again. Jilly was no longer in Alice's arms. She sat high on top of the tall dresser, propped in a way that made it look like she was peering out over the room. There was no way Alice could have put her there without climbing, and she hadn't moved. Alice? I whispered. She didn't answer. Her small snore was the only sound. I considered turning the dolls again and didn't. Something about the way they had moved on their own left the decision sitting heavy in my hands. I backed out and pulled the door gently until the latch caught. The knock at the front door came again, firmer this time. I grabbed the sweet bowl like a shield and opened the first lock, then the second. An elderly woman stood on the step with a cardigan pulled tight around her shoulders. Her hair was white and thin, and her eyes were the same sharp blue as Janet's. Who are you? She asked, polite but direct. I'm Helen, I said. Who are you? I'm Eunice, she said. Alice's grandmother. Janet's words surfaced. My mother, not well. It's too risky to leave Alice with her. Hello, Eunice, I said, keeping my body in the doorway. Can I help you? Let me in, she said, not unkindly. I can't do that, I said. Do her parents know you're here? I'm not visiting, she said, and there was hurt in it. This is my home. I'm sorry, I said. I really can't let you in. Alice is in danger, she said urgently. Her brother will try to hurt her. The words were too sharp, too sure. She's fine, I said. She's sleeping. My grandson is in that house, she said in a voice that trembled. And he is not fine. I think I have it under control, I said. She took a small step forward. My hand moved before I could think. I closed the door and turned both locks. The decision hit me like a wave. I leaned my forehead briefly against the wood, then stepped back and looked through the peephole. She stood with her hands pressed together, eyes closed like she was praying. I picked up my phone on the entry table and called Janet. A ringtone chirped from the kitchen. I followed the sound to the counter, where a phone lay lit and buzzing. I ended the call with a sense of falling. On Janet's phone, the lock screen showed a long list of missed calls from Mother. A sharp, heavy thump sounded from upstairs, big enough to rattle the light shade. My body moved before my mind caught up. I ran for the stairs, the bowl of candy forgotten on the table, the front door forgotten, Eunice's thin face forgotten. Alice's door was wide open. She lay on her back with her eyes wide and wet. Her bed was covered in dolls, all of them arranged sitting up, all of them turned to face her. What happened? I asked, breathless. Bobby, she gasped. What about him? He came into my room. He's your brother, I said, trying to slow my voice. What's wrong? He's under my bed. The dolls were too many, too perfectly placed for a sleepy child to have dragged and arranged them all at once. The air felt pressed down and strange. I knelt by the bed and lifted the sheet. Two eyes stared back at me from the dark. They caught the light like a cat's and reflected a small white moon. I yelped and rocked back, then leaned in again, forcing myself to look. It was only Jilly. She lay under the bed, face up, her chipped eyes catching the glow. It's just Jilly, I said, letting out a laugh that had no humor in it. I reached under, pulled the doll out, and handed her to Alice. Alice shook her head, then clutched the doll to her chest with the fierce grip of a child who can't help herself. I looked under the bed again because I had to. Something else moved back there, too slow and too steady to be a trick of my pulse. I felt it before I saw it, the sure sense of another shape in the dark. Bobby? I whispered. Another set of eyes opened under the bed. Cool air feathered across my face. Every part of me wanted to crawl backwards and never look again. Bobby, I tried again. Is that you? There was a slight nod, a small scuff on the floorboards. Alice whimpered behind me. I lifted my head. Why are you scared of him? I asked softly, turning to her. She started to cry and pressed Jilly to her mouth. I looked back under the bed. Will you come? Empty. Nothing there but the shadows and dust and the long strip of light from the door. I was on my feet and moving before I knew I'd decided to move. I crossed the hall and switched on the light in Bobby's room. The nightlight lost its power under the sudden bright yellow. Bobby? I asked, though part of me already knew I didn't want an answer. He lay in the bed exactly as before, small and still. I pulled the blanket back with 2 careful fingers and touched his shoulder to turn him toward me. What lay on the pillow wasn't a sleeping child. It was a small, dry thing with skin drawn tight over cheekbones and lips slicked back from teeth that looked too large. The eyes were closed in a way that didn't look like rest at all. The air around it smelled like dust and old air locked away too long. A sound ripped its way out of me. Footsteps pounded up the stairs. Janet's face appeared in the doorway, white and wild. You saw him, didn't you? She breathed, and tears rushed to fill her eyes. Harold came behind her, off balance, his face pinched with something that wasn't exactly grief. You did? He asked, sounding almost hopeful. She saw him, Janet said, hands clasped like a child's as she looked past me toward the small, awful body on the bed. What did he say? She asked me. Tell us. Words wouldn't come. My mouth worked empty. I took one last look at the small, mummified shape under the bright light and looked away. What did he say? Janet pressed, joy and dread fighting over her face. Why is Alice scared of him? I managed. Janet's eyes snapped to mine. Alice saw him? They pushed past me toward Alice's room. The living room lamp downstairs threw a weak, dusty glow up the stairwell. I followed because I didn't know what else to do. Alice wasn't in her bed. The dolls were gone too, every one of them, and her pajamas lay in a puddle on the floor. Janet's voice broke into a raw, fierce sound that didn't fit in a house. Where is she? She screamed at me. Where is my daughter? I don't know, I said, panic clawing at my throat. She was here. She was right here. What did you do? Harold shouted. Why are her pajamas on the floor? She had an accident, I said, tripping over the words. Liar, he snapped. I ran for the stairs, knees shaking, and stopped dead on the bottom step. In the living room, Eunice sat on the couch, stroking Alice's hair like she had been doing it every night of her life. Alice lay against her grandmother's side, eyes closed. The dolls were all there too, spread in a circle on the floor with their little faces turned in toward the couch, watching. Don't, Eunice said, lifting a hand without getting up as Harold barreled into the room behind me. Stay where you are. What are you doing here? He demanded, his voice too loud for the soft room. Protecting her from Bobby, Eunice said, and the words landed with hard certainty. Janet arrived and stopped as if she'd hit an invisible wall. "Hello, my love," she said to Alice, so gently you wouldn't think she'd been shouting a moment ago. She moved with careful steps into the room, hands empty and open. "You have to get rid of that thing," Eunice said, not looking at Janet at all. "Mother," Janet said, "he's sleeping." "No," Eunice said, and the word was a door closing. "He's dead. He has been for some time. You cannot keep this up." I turned my head toward the far corner of the room, though I couldn't have said why. There, in the dim, a small boy stood very still. He didn't speak. He didn't step closer. He looked like the one on the porch, only thinner, and the air around him seemed to ripple, like heat does above a road. "Do you see him now?" Janet asked me, hungry for my answer. Bobby's small mouth trembled. He shook his head hard, and I copied him without even thinking. No. I hadn't seen anything. I hadn't heard anything. Nothing had changed. The lie tasted like metal, but saying yes felt like opening a trapdoor. "I think it's best if you go," Harold said in a voice that had gone flat again. He reached past me to the door and unlocked it with a careful hand. The night air breathed cool into the warm room. He pressed a thick fold of cash into my palm, too much money, heavy and obscene after what I'd seen upstairs. "Please," he said, not quite looking at me, "don't tell anyone about tonight." I nodded because any other answer might have torn the house in two. I slid into my coat with fingers that couldn't quite make a fist and stepped outside. The street stood empty except for a few far-off teenagers with glow sticks and plastic masks. My car sat where I'd left it, patient and ordinary under the streetlight. I got in and locked the doors. My hands shook on the steering wheel. When I looked up, a boy stood beside my window, close enough for his breath to fog the glass in a small circle. He didn't knock. He didn't smile. I pressed the button and the window eased down an inch, then two. "Hi, Bobby," I said quietly. He leaned closer, and if there was cold in the air, it came in with him. His voice was the same hush I'd heard at the door, only sadder now. "Can I come in?" he whispered. The question sat between us, simple and heavy. I thought of Alice curled into her grandmother's side. I thought of the small, dry body upstairs. I thought of dolls that couldn't turn themselves but did. I thought of a locked door and a key left on a kitchen counter and a list of missed calls from Mother. I shook my head, and a single tear slid warm down my cheek. "Be a good boy, all right?" I said. He nodded once, the motion small and solemn, and stepped back. I rolled the window up. In the rearview mirror the street lay slick and black, the wet glitter of Halloween lights shining on empty pavement. I pulled away, the car's tires whispering over damp leaves, and didn't look back again. The rain started on the drive home, just a fine mist at first, then a steadier patter that smoothed the night into one soft sound. I drove through it with both hands on the wheel, the heater turned up, and the feel of a little boy's questions still sitting in the car beside me like a passenger made of air. Nick lifted his glass again and felt his shirt sleeve peel away from the sticky ring of spilled drinks that had dried on the counter. He tilted his head, poured the last warm sip into the back of his throat, and set the glass upside down on the bar. The first drinks of the night had burned going down. Now there was only a soft numbness that made everything feel far away. He rubbed one eye with the heel of his hand and pushed his fingers through the greasy strands of blonde hair hanging over his forehead. He didn't want to think, didn't want to remember, didn't want to feel anything except the quiet and the hum of the room. "That makes the third one tonight, correct?" The voice came from the stool to his right. Nick turned slowly. A man sat there, neat coat, black-rimmed glasses, calm face. He slipped his coat off and draped it over the counter as if they knew each other. "I guess," Nick muttered, words sliding out of him in a tired, slurred way. He lifted a finger for another round. "Thanks, Mike. You always take care of me." The bartender looked worried but reached for the whiskey. The golden stream filled the glass, ran around the cubes, and settled with a soft clink. Nick didn't bother with a thank you this time. He took a long sip and stared ahead. "You're going to run up a heavy tab if you keep that pace," the stranger said, watching him with quiet interest. "I don't see why that's your problem," Nick said without looking at him. "It isn't a problem," the man answered in a smooth, even voice. "It's just an observation." Nick rolled his eyes and drank again. "If you're afraid I'm going to skip out on the bill, relax. I can pay for everyone in here." The stranger tilted his head, as if weighing that claim. "I don't doubt you can pay. I'm wondering why you'd spend so much to drink alone here when you could drink the same at home for a lot less." Mike topped Nick off again. Nick nodded at him and took another swallow. "2 reasons. Mike has a better selection than I do at home." He let the ice touch his lip, swallowed again, and added quieter. "And if I drink at home, I might grab the gun in my nightstand." He smiled at the stranger with a dull, crooked look that didn't reach his eyes. The man didn't flinch. "Something must be weighing on you," the stranger said. Nick swept a hand down his stained shirt and rumpled coat like he was showing off a suit. "Gee, what gave it away?" He emptied the glass and set it down harder than he meant to. The cubes clicked against the sides. "I'm just trying to talk, Nick." "No need for sarcasm." Nick froze. He turned, stared, and then slammed his fist on the bar. He grabbed the man by the collar, breath hot with whiskey. "How do you know my name?" "Who are you?" The stranger chuckled softly. He took Nick's hands, uncurled them from his coat without any effort, and smoothed the fabric. "There we are. Some life in you after all. My name is Jack. I know everyone's name. It's part of my job. Imagine being a salesman and not knowing who you're speaking to, very unprofessional." Nick snorted. He waved for Mike to pour again. When the whiskey settled, he looked back at Jack. "What do you sell? Because right now it sounds like you sell nonsense." "That line must have cost you a lot of brain power," Jack said dryly, and took a sip from a glass Nick was sure hadn't been there a second ago. Nick blinked at it. He could have sworn Jack's hands had been empty. "Well?" Nick said. "You going to answer me?" Jack set his glass on a napkin and met Nick's bloodshot gaze. "You're not in the mood for small talk. Fine. What's your opinion on the afterlife, Mr. Wilson? If you're asking if I'm religious, it's the wrong night." Jack paused, like he was choosing his next words. "Despite how I might appear, I'm here to help you. And I know exactly what's running through your head." Nick laughed for real this time, a rough sound scraping out of his chest. He clutched his stomach like a bad actor. "You have no idea what's going on with me. Guess away." Jack's faint smile faded. He looked at Nick with a steady seriousness that felt like a door closing. "For the last 3 days, you haven't gone a single second without thinking about Craig." Everything inside Nick went quiet at once. The bar's music thinned into a high, distant ringing. His hands went cold. His lips trembled. He turned back to Jack like he was turning in a dream. "Good," Jack said softer. "Now that I have your attention, can we get to the point?" Nick nodded because he couldn't speak. "I know it's been unbearable," Jack went on. "I'm not judging you for turning to a bottle. Losing a son is something no parent should face." Nick looked away and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Red flooded the whites. Tears carved pale tracks through the dirt on his cheeks. "Do you know how hard it is?" Jack waited. He didn't answer. He let Nick find his breath. "Do you know what it's like to kneel beside a hospital bed and look at your child bruised and broken? Your mind won't stop running. You think of everything at once, and all of it hurts. 1 second you're thinking you'll never see him graduate. The next you're thinking he never got to ride his bike without training wheels." He dragged his hand down his face, trying to wipe the ache away. He inhaled and his chest shook. "And the worst part? I'll never be satisfied with how many times I told him I loved him. No matter how many times I said it, it wasn't enough. There's always that voice saying you should have said it more." Jack put a hand on Nick's shoulder. The touch was light. Nick didn't lean into it. He stared at the bar top and kept talking. "Do you know my last words to him? Before he died?" He waited for Jack to answer. Jack shook his head. I told him everything was going to be okay. I lied to him. I left to grab something to eat for the first time in 2 days. When I came back, nurses were all around him. They said it was sudden, there was nothing anyone could do. Take comfort, they said, he went quickly, without pain. Nick stared into the mirror behind the shelves of bottles. His reflection looked like a stranger, a man with sunken eyes and a lost mouth. He sat like that for a long minute. The ice in his glass shifted with a tiny chime. And that drunk who hit us, he said, voice flat. He's expected to make a full recovery. Sure, he'll go to jail, but that doesn't change a thing for me. He could rot there forever and it wouldn't bring Craig back. He swirled the cubes, watched the amber whirlpool form, and then put the glass down. He didn't drink. He sighed like something inside him caved in. I came here to avoid going home, but it doesn't matter where I am. There's no reason for me to keep going. Jack started to speak and then let Nick finish. I've heard it all, how suicide spreads the pain to the people you love. I know that. But the idea of living without my son is heavier than any guilt you can stack on top of me. Nick patted Jack's back like they were old friends. You asked about the afterlife? I've never believed in it. I grew up without God, and I'm not going to start believing in one who would rip my boy away from me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not. I don't care. Heaven or nothing, either beats this. He stood up, fumbled with his buttons, and took $100 bill from his wallet. He tucked it under his glass and turned to leave. They say a barrel in the mouth is the least painful way to go, he said, almost to himself. What if you could have him back? Jack asked. Nick laughed once, hard and empty. Good pitch. I'm still not buying. I'm serious, Jack said. Didn't Josie tell you, before she died, that she trusted you to keep Craig safe? I trust you, Nicholas. Give Craig the life we always wanted him to have. Those were her words, weren't they? Nick sat down again because his legs wouldn't hold him. He gripped the counter and looked at Jack like he was trying to see through him. The doubt he had clung to fell away like a pulled thread. I've tried not to overstep, Jack said. But if your wife's last words don't make you listen, nothing will. Will you trust what I say from here on? Nick swallowed. What are you? Jack laughed lightly and took a sip. Nick noticed, with a small, distant shock, that the level in Jack's glass hadn't changed. I'm surprised it took you this long to realize I'm not like you. I'm not known to many. You could count on 2 hands the number of people who know I exist. You're one of them now, Jack said. Are you an angel? Jack brushed a hand over his carefully combed brown hair and made a small face. No. I see why you'd think that, given the wardrobe, but angels are a little too upright for me. I keep my rules. I also enjoy myself. Then what are you? I don't have a title, really, Jack said. People I've dealt with started calling me the balancer. Down here I go by Jack. My work is purgatory. Think of it as the last checkpoint before souls move to where they're meant to go. It's a complex system, but it's close to perfect. Close, he added, raising a finger. Not flawless. Sometimes there's a mistake. I won't bore you with how it happens. I fix them. That's my job. Hope flickered in Nick's chest like a match catching. He sat up straighter. Are you saying Craig will come back? Careful, Jack said. I don't do this for one person. Every fix touches many lives in small ways. Bringing one child back can spare tragedies you'll never hear about. I won't tangle you up with that. Just know your son is a small gear that moves a larger machine. Nick leaned forward and pressed his forehead into Jack's chest. Tears soaked the clean white shirt. He laughed and cried at once. Thank you? Thank you? Jack gently pushed him back. There's no trick, he said. Every time I say that, someone asks what the twist is. I'm not a liar, Nick. I am what I say. If there's no trick, then what's the price? Nick asked. There's always a price. No price, Jack said. I keep the balance. That's all. I don't get paid per miracle. Nick shook his head in disbelief. It feels like a dream. It isn't, Jack said. He leaned in, eyes steady. All I asked is this: do what you promised in your heart. Tell Craig you love him every day. Teach him to ride without training wheels. Be there when he walks across the stage. Savor every second. Your time is precious. You've been given a second chance many never get. Don't waste it. Nick hugged him again, harder. I will. I swear. Jack freed one arm, turned his head toward an empty table, and snapped his fingers. The crack rolled through the room like distant thunder. Daddy, a small voice said. Nick spun. At a table near the wall, a little blond boy barely tall enough to see over the top of it waved with both hands. His smile was bright and simple and perfect. Craig, Nick whispered, and then he ran. He didn't see the dark puddle of spilled beer near his foot. He slipped, fell forward, and his temple struck the table's edge with a heavy thud. The empty bottles rattled, slid, and burst across the floor in shards that caught the dim light. The smell of alcohol rose sharp and bitter. Nick hit the floor and the world went black at the edges. The last thing he saw was Craig stepping in front of him, bending down with a smile like a sunrise. The alarm dragged him up from the dark. He slapped around until the noise died. Morning light lay across his bedroom like warm water. He sat there, breath thin, memories flooding him in a rush that left him dizzy. Craig, he said to the empty room, and he was moving, throwing the covers aside, sprinting barefoot down the hall. He grabbed the doorframe of his son's room and looked in. The bed was empty. For a second the hope collapsed. He told himself the night had been a drunk man's dream. Daddy? He jumped and hit the frame with his shoulder. He looked down. Craig stood in the hall with his hair damp and sticking up at odd angles like grass after rain. Where were you? Nick said, voice shaking. I took my shower, Craig said. The bus will be here soon. Nick tried to slow his breathing. He tried to be normal. Right. School day. Do you have everything? Craig nodded. I ate. I was going to brush my teeth, but I heard you up here. Is everything okay? It's fine, Nick said and heard himself. I just wanted to check on you after last night. You told me not to worry before bed, Craig said. Nick blinked. Worry about what? What did I say? Craig frowned a little, surprised. You said not to worry about the drunk guy who ran the red light in front of us. He hit a pole. You said the ambulance people couldn't save him, but wherever he was going was better than the life he had. Nick's mind couldn't catch up. The night at the bar, the snap, the fall, the alarm, his son's voice, everything crowded together and wouldn't line up. He bent and hugged Craig hard. Right, he said quietly. I remember. Go brush your teeth. Craig ran to the bathroom. Nick watched him run water over the toothbrush and scrub with small, serious circles. Yesterday, there had been a hospital bed and a quiet room and cold skin beneath his hand. Today, there was a boy brushing his teeth and humming. Nick went downstairs in a daze and started the coffee machine. He stood listening to the drip and the sparrows outside. Craig's shoes thudded on the stairs. He grabbed his little Spider-Man backpack from the couch and swung it on, the pencils inside jingling in their case. Bye, Daddy! Craig sang out. He snatched his lunch from the table and headed for the door. Nick stepped out from the kitchen, dropped to one knee, and pulled him close again. Craig hugged him back like he always did. I love you, son, Nick said into his hair. I love you too, Craig answered, bright as daylight. Nick kissed his forehead, ruffled his hair, and opened the door. Have a good day. Be safe. I will. Craig hopped down the steps, turned, and waved, grin wide. Nick stood in the doorway and watched him run to the corner. A few kids were already there, backpacks swinging, voices climbing and falling. The bus would come soon. He wiped a tear from his eye and laughed softly. I'll be damned, he said, not to anyone in particular, just to the quiet morning. He almost closed the door. something tugged at him. He opened it again and looked across the street. A man stood there in sunglasses, hands in his coat pockets, the same neat posture, the same calm air. Jack. He smiled. Nick felt light and heavy at the same time. He raised a hand in an awkward wave. Jack returned it with a small lift of his fingers and then turned away, walking down the street, not toward the bus stop, but into the day like it belonged to him. Nick watched until Jack disappeared behind a row of trees. He closed the door gently and leaned his back against it. The house was full of morning sounds, the coffee maker finishing its trip, the faint beep of the microwave clock, the distant caw of a crow. For the first time in days, the silence didn't hurt. It rested in the rooms like a soft blanket. He made a cup of coffee and stood at the window with both hands around the warm mug. The sidewalk was empty now except for a few leaves tumbling along. He thought of Josie's voice, thin with sickness, still strong in its way, telling him she trusted him, asking him to give their boy the life they had dreamed about. He thought of his promises to Jack and the way Jack had looked at him as if promises mattered. He thought of the gun in the nightstand and felt no pull toward it at all. He set his mug down and opened the drawer under the counter where he kept spare batteries, rubber bands, and old coupons. He took out a roll of tape and a notepad. At the top of the page he wrote, in big block letters, "Things to do with Craig." He wasn't the kind of man who made lists, but it felt right. He wrote the first item. "Say I love you every day." Then, "Teach him to ride without training wheels." He wrote, "Watch graduation." And then, because the thought warmed him, "Make pancakes on Saturdays." And, "Fix the wobbly wheel on the skateboard." And, "Build a birdhouse this spring." He stuck the list to the fridge where he couldn't miss it. The tape wrinkled. He smoothed it out and stepped back. He imagined coming in tired some evening and seeing the words again, plain and simple. He imagined the years stacking up like neat plates, one on top of another, and all the moments held between them. He didn't know what would come, no one ever does, but he understood the one thing that mattered. He had time again, and he would spend it. The day moved forward, slow and steady. He washed the glass from last night's drink, rinsed it clean, and put it on the rack to dry. He changed the sheets on Craig's bed because it seemed like a good, fatherly thing to do. He opened the nightstand, removed the gun, unloaded it, and locked it away in a small case in the top of the closet. His hands didn't shake when he did it. He walked through the house, touching small things, a drawing taped crooked on the wall, a dent in the baseboard where a toy had hit, a scuff of dirt at knee height from the day Craig had run in with muddy jeans. Each little mark felt like proof. He opened the back door and stepped outside. The air held a faint chill. Clouds drifted across the sun and spread a thin, even light over the yard. He could almost hear bike tires on the sidewalk, almost hear the quick breath of a child concentrating on balance. He stood there for a long time, breathing, listening to nothing special, just the life he had wanted and thought he had lost. Somewhere a siren wailed and faded. A dog barked twice and went quiet. A crow landed on the fence, cocked its head at him, and then lifted away with slow, heavy wings. Later, he took the bus schedule from the drawer and tacked it to a corkboard near the door. He didn't want to miss pickups anymore. He texted Mike and apologized for last night, promised to settle the tab later, thanked him for looking out for him. Mike sent back a thumbs up and a simple, "Glad you're okay." Nick read the message twice and put the phone down. When the afternoon came, the bus pulled up with a sigh of brakes, and Craig ran up the walk, hair wild again, face flushed. He talked about a science project and a friend who could make his eyes cross on purpose. He dumped his backpack on the floor and pulled out a sheet of paper he wanted to show. Nick listened. He knelt for some of it because he wanted to be at eye level. When Craig paused to breathe, Nick said, "How about we try the bike this weekend?" Craig's eyes lit up. "Can we take the training wheels off?" he asked. "We can try," Nick said, smiling. "We'll take it slow." That night, after dinner, after brushing teeth, after a story, Nick tucked Craig in and turned off the light. He stood in the doorway for a while, watching the shape of his son beneath the blanket, the slow rise and fall. He whispered, "I love you," though Craig was already asleep, and then he went to his own room. He lay down without whiskey in his blood, without the weight pressing on his ribs. He stared at the ceiling and thought of how close he had come to ending everything. He thought of a man in a neat coat who called himself a balancer, who showed up at a bar and snapped his fingers like thunder. He didn't know if he would ever see Jack again. He didn't need to. Some people walked into your life to push you back from the edge and then walked out again. That was enough. He closed his eyes and slept, not the hard, empty sleep of a drunk, but the plain, clean sleep of someone who had work to do in the morning. In the days that followed, he kept his promises. He said, "I love you," in the kitchen and in the driveway and in the grocery store line. He jogged beside the bike and kept a steady hand on the seat until one day he lifted his fingers and Craig kept going without noticing for a full 3 seconds. They whooped like they'd won a trophy. When Craig fell, they laughed and tried again. When he succeeded, Nick knew he would remember that simple stretch of concrete forever. Time did not become perfect. There were hard days. He still woke sometimes with a heavy heart, and had to stand at the window until the feeling passed. He still drove past the intersection where the light had flashed red and a car had come from nowhere, and he still felt his stomach drop. But the weight he carried now was different. It wasn't made of despair. It was responsibility and gratitude, and the knowledge that the small things mattered more than any speech. He held on to that. Every so often, when the evening was just settling and the streetlights were winking on one by one, he would look across the street, half expecting to see a man in sunglasses, hands in pockets, watching with that quiet smile. Sometimes he did see a shape there for a moment, maybe just a neighbor, maybe just shadow. He would lift his hand anyway and give a short wave to the empty air. Then he would go back inside, where a boy was asking for help with a spelling word, and where the list on the fridge waited for more lines to be added as the years unfolded. He kept finding new things to write. Learn to make a paper airplane that really flies. Camp in the backyard and listen to the night. Teach him to change a tire. Sit in the front row at graduation and clap until my hands hurt. The paper filled up. He started another sheet and kept going. On some mornings, as he poured coffee and watched the sky pale through the window, he would think of balance, of systems and mistakes and second chances. He would think of all the lives that touch and change each other in ways no one ever sees. He would whisper, "Thank you," to the quiet kitchen and feel, just for a second, a touch on his shoulder, light and steady, like a promise kept. Then he would hear steps on the stairs and a voice calling, "Dad?" And he would turn, already smiling, ready to live the day in front of him. I was 22 days on the ocean when I first saw the coast of the Carolinas. I had left Ireland with my wife, Kathy, our daughters, Ruth Ann and Elizabeth, and our little boy Tom. My brother, Newly, had written letters about a good life waiting for us across the sea. He said the soil was dark and rich, the forests were tall, and a man who could swing a hammer and say his prayers might make a future there. I was a carpenter more than a farmer, but I believed him. I sold what little we owned, kissed my mother's hands, and we climbed aboard a crowded ship with more hope than sense. We came ashore thin, tired, and grateful. The cities did not want us, that was plain from the first few days. Too many newcomers, too different, too loud. So we pushed past the towns and followed wagon ruts and creek beds until we reached the patch of land my brother had spoken for. He met us in the road with a laugh that shook the dust off the leaves. He hugged the children, kissed Kathy on the cheek, and crushed my ribs with a grip that said we were safe now. He showed me a stretch of woods and a rolling field where the grass grew to my knees. "Build your cabin there," he said. "Put the door toward the morning." We raised a one-room house from logs I cut and squared with my own hands. We hung a door that didn't quite fit and called it perfect anyway. I set a table against the far wall and a pallet near the hearth for the children, and I told myself that was enough for a start. I could split boards and notch corners all day, but turning ground and coaxing food from dirt was a new kind of work. Newly knew how to do it. He taught me which trees to leave for shade and which to cut, how to sink a fence post straight, and how to watch the sky for weather that could punch a crop in the gut. I listened, I tried, and I told myself that learning late was better than never. We had a mule named Daisy that we used for dragging stumps. One afternoon I was out with her, breaking ground where my potatoes would go. The field was littered with old roots like knotted fingers reaching up to trip me. Daisy stepped wrong and dropped into a hollow beside a rotten stump. One moment she was steady, the next she sank to her shoulder with a panicked heave. The stump had hidden a deep pocket, and her leg was pinned in the tangle. I pushed, I pulled, I cursed, I prayed. She wouldn't budge. I ran to fetch Muley, because 2 shovels can dig twice the earth, and I didn't want to break the mule's leg trying to be a hero. We came back running, roped and ready, and there stood Daisy on all 4 feet, calm as a Sunday morning. No scrape, no strain, no torn ground around the hole. She flicked her ear at us like nothing had happened. Newly looked from the mule to me and raised an eyebrow. "Maybe some Cherokee boys played a trick," he said, half joking. I didn't know what to say. I was glad she was free, so I let it be. After that day, I noticed my son spending more time at the edge of the woods. Tom was a quiet child, late with his words, gentle with his hands. I'd look up from the furrow and see him near the first trees, talking to someone I could not see. I called to him to stay close and keep away from brambles and holes. He would wave and then get lost again in his own small world. A week later, as the afternoon cooled, he came to me with dirt on his knees and a look like he had swallowed a secret. "Toby likes to smile," he said in his careful way. "He has big square teeth. He doesn't talk so good. Like me." I leaned on the hoe and smiled. "Who's Toby?" "He's the man in the woods," he said. "He pulled Daisy out." "Did he now? Did he have friends with him?" "No. Just him." "Well then," I said, playing along, "he must be strong. Ask him to pull the rest of these stumps for your old dad." Tom nodded like I had given him serious work. "His name is really Mohobe," he added, proud to share something special. "But he likes when I call him Toby. He calls me Littlefoot." He stood on his tiptoes and stretched his hand over his head. "He lets me stand in his hand. He picks me up so high I can see the birds." I laughed. I wanted to believe him in the way a father wants his child's world to be bright and full of harmless wonders. "That is a mighty big fellow," I said. "Now tell Toby I'll trade him hot cornbread for his help." "He loves cornbread," Tom said. I shared mine. That evening, Kathy and I talked after the children fell asleep. She was glad to hear him speak more. "Let him keep his friend," she said. "Even if the friend lives in his mind. There's no harm in it." We slept on that thought and woke to a shock. Kathy went to the porch to shake the dust from a rug and screamed like she'd seen a bear. I rushed out, and there lay a deer on the stoop, big and clean, with no bullet hole that I could find. "Newly must have brought it," I said at once, even as I knew he hadn't. "He dropped it at first light." Kathy pressed her hand to her heart. "At least we'll have meat for the soup," she said, trying to steady herself. Later, out in the field, I found something had nibbled the potatoes and peppers in the small starter bed. Something with sense had taken a single bite from a radish and left the rest lying there, as if it didn't like the taste. I muttered to myself about pests, and started planning how to repair the damage. Toward afternoon I came up for water and saw Tom again at the woods, his back to us, his hands moving as if he were telling a story. Kathy watched from the window, smiling. Then her smile fell away. "Frank," she whispered, leaning closer to the glass. "The tree in front of him is moving. There's no wind." I squinted. The trunk she meant stood straight and tall, and yet it swayed from the base like a person shifting their weight. Kathy drew in a breath that seemed to take all the air from the room. Her face went white. She pushed the door hard enough to bang it off the wall. Tom, she cried. "Come away now! Run!" The boy looked over his shoulder, saw her fear, and obeyed without question. Kathy ran across the field and gathered him up, nearly lifting him off his feet as she turned back. I dropped my cup and ran to meet them. We all got inside and barred the door. Kathy slid down the wall with our son clutched to her chest. The girls started to cry because their mother was crying, and the room filled up with the sound of it all. I knelt. "What did you see?" Kathy breathed like she had raced through a fire. "Eyes," she said at last. "Two eyes like empty suns in a dark sky. Not a tree. Not a man. Something else." She shivered even as the sweat stood on her brow. Tom patted her shoulder. "Don't be scared," he told her, in the soft way small children try to fix big problems. "Toby won't hurt you. We're friends." Kathy kissed his hair and shook her head. "No more woods," she said. "Do you hear me? No more Toby." We made it through the night on edge. Every creak was a footstep, every brush of wind a hand at the shutter. When the gray light came, I opened the door to breathe and found another surprise that made my mouth go dry. The stumps I had been fighting for weeks were gone. Every last one had been pulled out, laid upside down like twisted stars, roots reaching to the morning. The ground was pocked with dark holes. I stood there with my jaw slack. Tom slipped his hand into mine. "Toby is strong," he said. "He hopes you like the deer." I was still trying to make sense of that when Newly came loping across the field, waving his rifle and shouting my name. He reached the porch out of breath. "Keep your wife and children close," he said. "Hide what you can't afford to lose. The British are pushing into our hills. Ferguson is making threats, and Cornwallis wants men and grain. I'm going to Sycamore Shoals to join Shelby. If they come here, don't argue with fools. Survive first." He squeezed my shoulder and went as quick as he came. By noon the worry had settled in my stomach like a rock. I kept my tools near at hand. I would like to say I was ready when trouble came, but no man is ready for a boot on his door and a musket pointed at his chest. 4 men showed up at sundown. Coats too fine for honest work, eyes mean and hungry, the leader tall and bony like a scarecrow that had learned to walk. They smiled with their mouths, and not with their eyes. "Will you join the king's men?" the scarecrow asked. "Cornwallis needs strong hands." "I want peace," I said. "I have a family." "Then you're a rebel," he said too fast. "And we hang rebels." 2 of the others grabbed my arms and dragged me into the yard. The little one with a rat's face kept cutting his eyes toward the window where Kathy stood with the children behind her. The fat one with a limp watched my fence like he meant to tear it down just to hear the sound. The scarecrow tossed a rope over the limb of the old oak near the path and made a joke about dancing. They didn't bind my hands. "Let him kick," the leader said. "It's more fun that way." My throat burned when the rope bit. My eyes went hot and wide. The world shrank to a tightening circle. The men laughed, argued about what they would do after, and slapped each other like it was a game in a tavern. Through all of it, I heard my son's voice, thin, high, and strong for the first time in his life. He stood in the yard with his fists at his sides and called into the trees with a sound I had never heard him make. It was a cry from deep in his chest, a long, rising note that didn't sound like any bird or man. He did it again. The little rat-faced man backhanded him so hard my boy fell. Kathy screamed, and something inside me broke clean through. I kicked and fought the air with my feet and felt the rope grind into the tender place in my neck. The edges of the world went gray. Then the woods answered. A roar rolled across the field like thunder pushed by a giant hand. It shook my ribs. Birds blew out of the trees in a sudden cloud. The scarecrow's grin fell off his face. Leaves whipped in a wind that wasn't a wind. And then he was there, running across the ground with long, easy strides that ate the distance. He moved faster than any animal that size should move, faster than a deer, faster than my thoughts. He was taller than any man, wrapped head to toe in reddish-brown hair, broad as a door and heavy as an ox. He hit the fat man first with a flat-footed kick that folded him in half and sent him cartwheeling across the field. With his other hand, he caught the barrel of the scarecrow's musket as the man fired. The shot thudded against that huge chest, and the giant barely flinched. He tossed the scarecrow, rifle and all, like a bundle of straw over the fence. The rat-faced man didn't run. He froze with his knife out and whimpered when the giant reached for him. It didn't matter. The big hand caught him by the ankles and swung him once, twice. The knife fell, the hat flew, and the little man's body struck the oak with a sound like an axe biting a wet log. His head hung at a sick angle, and he slid to the ground. The fourth man had already turned to run. The giant took 2 steps, reached down as if he were picking a cabbage, and pulled the rope above my head with a jerk that snapped it from the limb. I fell hard and sucked air like a man who'd been underwater too long. The giant looked down at me, looked at Tom, then reached up and tore the last of the rope from the branch with a crack that made the leaves jump. I crawled, gagging and coughing, to my knees. Kathy was on the ground with our boy in her lap, touching his cheek, whispering his name. The girls clung to the doorframe, eyes huge, mouths open. I stood on shaky legs and faced the giant. Up close, he looked like a man made of mountains. He had a heavy brow, a wide mouth, and teeth big and square when he bared them in a strange, soft smile. He smelled like wet leaves and cold stone. Tom stood up and walked to him without a second's fear and wrapped both arms around the massive leg like it was a tree he intended to climb. The giant's hand, bigger than a skillet, came down and cupped my boy's back, gentle as a mother. "Thank you," I said, because there weren't other words. I meant to say more, but my voice would only go so far. Kathy, who had seen him clearly now and wasn't fainting or running, wiped at her eyes and said, "Would you eat with us?" It surprised me to hear it, and didn't surprise me at all. You invite a savior to your table. That is a rule as old as people. The giant glanced at the cabin, at the field, at the bodies that didn't look like men anymore. He breathed out through his nose, a low sound like a horse calming. He touched his chest with 2 thick fingers where the musket ball had struck. I could see a bead of blood, nothing more, and the flat gray circle of the lead lodged shallow in the muscle. The skin had stopped it. I will think about that until the day I die. He pulled my boy a little closer with one arm and gave that gentle smile again. Tom looked up at him like a child looks at winter's first snow. We had to do something about the dead. We couldn't explain 4 bodies to anyone who might ride by looking to make trouble. We certainly couldn't say a being from the woods had saved us. The field was full of open holes where stumps had been pulled the night before. I looked at the holes. I looked at the bodies. The answer arrived all by itself. "Put them in the ground," I said. "They were good for nothing alive. Maybe they will feed something now." We worked until twilight, Kathy and I together, while the giant stood watch at the edge of the yard with Tom by his knee. When we finished and patted the last mound flat, I said a plain prayer for our sins and none for theirs. I don't know if that was right. It is what happened. Inside, we dished soup and cut thick slices of cornbread. I set a plate on the table, and though the giant did not come through the door, he reached a hand around the frame, and Tom placed the bread in that palm as if he had done it 100 times. The fingers closed with care, and the hand withdrew into the dark. We ate with the windows open and the shutters unbarred. The night was quiet in a way that felt chosen, not empty. In the morning, the giant was gone. The only sign he left besides the holes and the saved life was the feeling you'd get when you step into a church before anyone else is awake. That clean, careful hush. I walked the yard, touched the fresh dirt where the men lay, and did not feel sorry. That afternoon, Newley came back long enough to tell me he was going east with the men from over the mountains. "If Ferguson keeps bragging, he'll get the fight he wants," he said. "If I don't return, mind this place." He looked out at the field and then at the trees. "And mind whoever minds you." He didn't ask what had happened. He didn't need to. He saw the cut rope hanging from the branch and met my eyes. He nodded like a man who has heard enough stories to know where to place the truth. Time didn't stop because our life had been pulled back from the edge. There were still rows to plant and a fence to mend, a roof seam that let in rain, and shoes to patch for growing feet. The girls learned to sweep with their hair tied back. Kathy hummed while she stirred the pot. Tom stood at the edge of the yard most days and made small sounds under his breath, like a boy singing to a friend who didn't need words. Sometimes the deer path in the trees showed prints too big to belong to any boot. Sometimes a stack of posts I had meant to set would be moved without a sound from one place to another. Once, when a storm broke early and mean, the ladder I had left leaning by the cabin was laid flat in the yard with its rungs to the wind, safe from being tossed. I never saw him do these things. I only saw the results and learned to say thank you in the quiet way of men who know they have been helped. Kathy watched the woods with a different kind of eye after that day. Fear had run through her like ice. Gratitude warmed it out. She set a plate on the porch rail some evenings, a heel of bread, a leftover bone, a handful of boiled potatoes, and found the plate empty in the morning. She lit a stub of candle and tucked it behind the jar of salt, and it burned down straight and clean, no smoke, no smell. For a friend, she said if the children asked. A very big friend. Tom told me more about Toby as the weeks stretched on. He said Toby had a dog that was really a wolf, gray and clever, with pale eyes and a scar on its side. He said Toby had once split a rock to pull the wolf free when it was still a pup and crying. He said Toby liked cornbread more than any food on earth, and would hold it in both hands as if it might fly away. He said Toby called him Littlefoot and would lift him to see nests and owls and the new moon. He said Toby did not like loud voices or quick hands, and that was easy to understand after what we had seen. Not everything was easy. Word of raids came and went. Distant smoke sometimes burned a line in the sky where a neighbor's barn had stood. The path from our door to the spring wore deeper. I kept my rifle near, though I prayed not to use it. But one question never troubled me after that day, the fear that we were alone. We were not alone. Months later, when the leaves went red and then brown and the air sharpened, I stood at the edge of the field, breathing the smell of turned earth and wood smoke. I thought about the day they tried to hang me and the way the rope had cut. I thought about the roar and the long strides and my boy's small hands on that huge, warm leg. I thought about the last glimpse of big, square teeth and a soft smile. I don't know what to call Toby to make it right for other people. Some would say monster because he is not like them. Some would say myth because stories keep us safe when we can't make sense of the world. I will say friend. When the world shoved me to the wall and boiled away everything I thought I had, he was the one who reached in and pulled me back. He did not ask me for promises, gold, or worship. He asked for nothing at all. He came when a child called his name and left when we were safe. If I live to be old and gray and my hands shake too much to lift a cup, I will still know this. There is a deep wildness in the world that is not cruel, that watches and weighs and steps in when it must. It does not wear boots. It does not sign papers. It does not ask permission from kings. It walks softly on feet as silent as moss, and when it chooses to run, the ground itself gets out of the way. Sometimes, when Kathy is asleep and the children are breathing slow, I sit on the porch with my feet on the steps and listen to the night. Owls talk to each other from one dark tree to the next. Something small rustles in the leaves and stops. I let the quiet settle inside me. If the wind comes down the hollow just right, it carries the faintest echo of a call I have heard only twice in my life. I don't try to answer. I keep my promises. I go inside and tuck a boy named for 2 steps into his bed and whisper a thank you to the space beyond the door. The next morning I lift my tools and start where I left off, because that is how you honor a rescue. You work. You raise a family. You fix the gate. You plant potatoes again and trust that what you put in the ground will come up when it is time. If a stump pulls itself free while your back is turned, you smooth the dirt and keep going. If a plate comes back empty, you wash it and set it out again. If the old oak grows a new limb where the rope once hung, you promise yourself you will never tie another there, no matter who comes asking. I cannot say where Toby sleeps or where he goes when he is not near. I cannot tell you what he is. I can only tell you that when our days went dark and the worst kind of men set their hands on our lives, something good and wild stepped forward and said no. It is enough to know that. It is enough to have seen it once with my own eyes. It is enough to remember the feel of my son's hand leaving mine to run toward a shape bigger than our house and not be afraid. If I ever meet a stranger on the road who says there is no magic left in the world, I will smile and show him the field where the stumps came up in a single night. I will point to the oak with the healed limb. I will tell him how a boy learned to call a name so deep that the trees answered. I will say, "Walk into the woods with a clean heart. You may not see what I saw. You may not need to. But if you ever find yourself hanging between earth and sky with your breath burning and your children crying, pray that your friend hears you. Pray that your friend runs." Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Back in college, before I learned how to be a decent version of myself, I had a season where I drifted from party to party like a leaf on a river. My high school girlfriend had broken up with me for the last time, and I let the noise of bars and house shows drown out the quieter parts of my life. I was tall and played a lot of pickup basketball, so I looked stronger than I felt. People said my eyes were light like sea foam. Maybe that helped. Mostly I was skilled at pretending I didn't care. It's not something I'm proud of now, but that's the truth of who I was then. One late October night, campus hummed with that clean, sharp feeling the air gets when the first real cold settles in. It was Halloween, and the streets around the university were full of costumed people moving from porch to porch. I ended up at a small venue off the main drag, the kind of place where the ceiling was low and the lights were smoky and red. A band I didn't know was on stage. Everyone looked better than they would look in daylight. I wasn't even drinking much by then. I was simply there because it was easier than being in my quiet room alone. That's where I saw her. She was small, almost delicate, with purple-dyed hair and mascara thick enough to look like paint. Under the costume makeup her face had a shape that stopped me for a second. Not just cute. Not simply hot. Beautiful in a way that felt older than the night we were in. When she laughed at something her friend said, her hand went to her throat and her eyes went soft, as if she felt the laugh bloom there first. I found myself drifting toward her without planning to. We talked near a wall where the speakers weren't as loud. The conversation wasn't deep, but it was easy. I noticed she didn't roll her eyes when I said something dumb. I noticed the way she listened like she was trying to lift words out of the noise. She told me her name was Bethany, and she leaned close to my ear to say it so I could hear. I repeated it inside my head so I wouldn't forget. When the show ended we stepped outside and the cold air felt like a rinse. Streetlights pushed pale circles onto the sidewalk. Bethany tucked her hands into the sleeves of her coat. She lived with her parents a few blocks from campus, she said, and I offered to walk her there. We set off with that warm, loose feeling that comes after a loud place goes quiet, our steps matching without effort. But halfway down the block, before we reached the turn she said we needed, her head tipped to my shoulder and stayed there a beat longer than it should have. "I'm so tired," she said, half laughing, half apologizing. She looked up at me with glossy eyes that said this night wasn't going to go where a different version of me might have pushed it. I'm not a saint, but I wasn't going to take advantage of a girl who could barely keep her eyes open. I suggested we stop at my place to get her some water and call a ride or figure things out. My apartment wasn't far. I lived alone in a narrow room with a small living area, a kitchenette, and a separate bedroom that looked out onto a parking lot. The kind of room that knows how to be quiet. I let us in and turned on the overhead light, which made everything look flat and safe. I offered her the bed and took the futon, making a joke about being a gentleman. She kicked off her shoes and lay down on top of the blanket like a child who has run out of day. Within seconds her breathing changed. I tried to settle on the futon, but sleep didn't come right away. My mind spun through little things. The sound of people still walking outside. The humming of my mini fridge. The blinking light on my DVD player that kept the time even though no one needed it to. I must have drifted, because I startled awake at a small sound, the kind of noise that only matters when you're half asleep. I sat up. Bethany was sitting up too, her chin down, combing her hair back with her fingers like she was getting ready to be seen. In a quiet voice, almost a whisper, she said, "Can't sleep. Will you stay up with me?" It wasn't what I expected, but it wasn't unreasonable either. She sounded like a child standing in a hallway with the light off, asking if she could keep her door cracked. Something about it pulled a softer part of me forward. My sister and I had a game we used to play when we were small and couldn't sleep. It rose in my mind like a little lantern. "We could tell ghost stories," I said. "My sister and I did this thing when we were kids. There's an old idea from somewhere, Japan I think, where you light 100 candles and tell 100 stories. After each story you blow out a candle. When the last one goes dark, a real ghost is supposed to show up. We didn't have candles, so we made do. We'd turn out lights one by one. It felt scary in a safe way. If you want, we could try it." Bethany lifted her face. Even without the room being bright, I saw the interest change her posture. "Okay," she said. "But you have to close the curtains. Tight." I walked to the window. The blinds were already down, but the heavy curtains were open. I pulled them closed and felt the room shift. Outside, 2 lampposts threw a soft, fogged light into the wet air. Shadows moved on the pavement as people passed, then stretched long when no one did. When the curtains met in the middle and shut out the view, the room became a little world. We turned on every light first, so we could turn them off later. The overhead. The desk lamp. The small lamp by the futon. The light in the hallway to the bathroom. The tiny bulb over the stove. It made the place look warmer than it ever looked. We sat on opposite sides of the bed, facing each other across the small gap between mattress and futon. I went first. I told a simple story I'd heard when I was young, about a boy who found a tail and didn't know what it belonged to, and what happened when he found out. The story wandered a bit, but it did its job. When I finished, I got up and switched off the light in the living area outside the bedroom. One shadow slid in at the edge of the doorway and stopped there, like a cat that isn't sure it's allowed. Bethany went next. Her voice changed when she started, growing steady and smooth. She told a story about a cat that wasn't a cat, not really, and how it moved through a house and sat on people's chests while they slept, pressing down just enough that they dreamed of drowning, and then the oldest person in the family didn't wake up, and then the next, and then the next, and no one thought to blame the soft thing curled at their feet. I hadn't heard it before. When she finished, she stood and clicked off the small lamp on my desk. The room grew gentler and a little dimmer. As she passed me, I caught a light, clean perfume, nothing heavy, like a slice of pear. I told a story about a small town that didn't look like much in the day and wasn't much safer at night, and something that moved through it nice as you please, saying nice things and making you feel safe, and how the worst monsters know how to be kind when they want to. It was half borrowed from a book I loved, and half mine. I reached up and dimmed the lamp by the futon. The bed and the futon and the window became islands of shape inside a soft fog of shadow. Bethany told a story about a child who lost his shadow and went around town looking for it, only to learn that what had followed him home was something else entirely, something that wore his shape just a little bit wrong. The words she chose were simple. The pictures they made in my head were not. When she finished, she pointed at the small blue glow from the DVD player in the corner. "That first," she said, and gave me a small smile, like she knew she was breaking my own rule better than I did. I walked over and pressed the power button. The blue numbers went black. The room felt more honest without it. We went on like that. I didn't keep count. Time slowed the way it does when nothing demands it. I noticed I was breathing quieter than before without intending to. I told something short just to keep the rhythm, and then, with a small grin, I went into the kitchenette and unplugged the fridge. The hum that had been under everything since we started went still. "Two can play," I said, and tried to make it sound like more of a joke than it felt. Only one light remained, the overhead in the bedroom. The bed was a neat rectangle of brightness. Everything beyond it was soft as a muffled note. Bethany's face looked different under that last light, like a painting instead of a person. She didn't move to turn it off yet. Instead, She sat a little straighter and began her next story in a voice that was lower and slower, like she was letting the words come up from somewhere it cost her a little to reach. Once there was a girl who wasn't allowed to sleep anywhere except her own home, she said. Her parents weren't cruel. They weren't even strict about most things. They just had this one rule, like a wall around a garden. No sleepovers. No school trips. No nights at a cousin's house. Home by bedtime. Always. She thought it was because they were old-fashioned. She thought it was because her older brother had died years before, and they were scared of something like that happening again. So she pushed. She stayed out later. She tested the fence they had built with their worry. One night she decided she would prove to them nothing bad would happen. She hid in the science lab at school and fell asleep under a table, wrapped in her coat for warmth. Bethany paused. The room seemed to lean toward her a little. Her eyes flicked at the closed curtains as if she could see through them if she wanted. In the morning, when she opened the lab door, her father was there, she said. He wasn't angry like she expected. He was crying. He put his hands on her shoulders and looked at her as if she were some miracle that might fade if he blinked too fast. It's time you knew, he told her. He said the rule wasn't about old values or his fear. He said it was about what happens to some people in their family when they sleep. Not all of them. Just the women. He said there were words for turning into known things, wolf, snake, bird, but this wasn't that. This was a change you couldn't name because nothing else looks quite like it for long enough to give it a true name. He said they had learned to keep it safe by keeping it close. I shifted my weight without meaning to. The mattress creaked in a small way and sounded loud to me. The girl laughed at him. Bethany said, not smiling. Because what else do you do at something like that? She said, so when I fall asleep, I become a monster? Like Medusa? Like a creature out of a book? He said he wished it was that simple. He said it was worse to not know what to call it. He said she didn't have to believe him. But he asked her to try something before deciding who was right. She set up a camera in her room the next night. She turned it on and placed it where it could see her bed. She waved at it, made a face, settled down, and fell asleep. Bethany's hands were still, folded in her lap. Her voice didn't waver. When she watched the recording the next day, she saw herself move. At the same point every night, just before sleep took her, she got up and turned off the camera. She didn't remember doing it. It happened the same way every time. She put up a second camera, then a third. Each time, she got up right before sleep and turned off all the lenses that looked at her bed. She never remembered. It was as if something inside her wanted to make sure it could not be seen. She went to her father again then. She found him in the room where he slept. Her parents had slept in separate beds for as long as she could remember, and she had always made up little reasons for it. That night she let herself think of different ones. Have you ever seen Mom change? She asked. Her father didn't answer right away. Then he said very quietly, no. But your brother did. He looked older saying that. Older and not like her father for a moment. She thought of the boy's bedroom that had been turned into a study when she was still small. She thought of the rules that seemed to grow from the floor rather than the people who enforced them. She thought of how some things live in a family like a shadow behind every face. After that, she didn't sleep away from home again. She didn't even try. She went to bed when she was supposed to. She pulled her covers up and watched the ceiling a long time before closing her eyes. She lived her life and kept the rule because the rule kept other people safe. Bethany stopped. The room felt like a cup that had just been filled to the brim. She stood up, reached to the wall, and turned the last switch. Darkness fell into place like a lid. I meant to say something small and ordinary to break the spell. I meant to say, good story, or my turn, or we should call you a ride. But the words didn't come. I sat very still, half because I didn't want to ruin whatever we had made and half because moving felt like it would make the dark real in a way being still did not. Bethany lay down. I heard the faint scuff of the sheet under her and the sound of her breath. At first it was the light, even breathing of someone settling. Then, slowly it changed. It went deeper and heavier, like air moving through a larger space. The bed creaked softly. A gentle rustle slid toward the edge of the mattress. It wasn't loud. It wasn't even fast. It was the sound of fabric moving under weight. Not a lot of weight. A different kind. I wanted to call her name to stop myself from imagining anything worse than what was there. My tongue felt slow in my mouth. My hands rested on my knees and stayed there. The dark became a thing you could touch if you reached. I didn't reach. The rustling came closer to where my knees touched the edge of the bed. My eyes tried to make shapes out of nothing and only made more nothing. The heavy breathing grew coarse for a few seconds and then went quiet all at once, the way a radio goes quiet when someone pulls the plug. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It had a shape. It pressed against my ears in a way that made me want to swallow, but I didn't. I sat without moving. My mind offered me 100 small comforts I could reach for: the lamp on the desk, the overhead switch, my phone screen, but each one of them lived past the place where I would have to lift a hand. And my hands were so heavy. I thought of my sister then, out of nowhere. I thought of the nights we played this game as kids, how we'd planned to scare each other, and then, when we got to the last light, one of us would giggle or break and the other would turn on the lamp to show we still lived in the same room as before. I thought of how safe that light had felt. I thought of telling this girl with purple hair about it, and watching the idea settle into her the way a stone settles into a pond. An hour passed. Or maybe 20 minutes. Or maybe more. The dark changed its mind over and over again about whether it wanted to be friend or foe. Now and then a car moved down the street outside, and its sound washed the outside of the curtain like a wave on a soft shore. The thin strip of light under the bedroom door didn't exist anymore because we had turned out the hallway light earlier. I tried to smile at the thought of past me standing there bragging while unplugging the fridge. The quiet hummed in my ears until I wasn't sure if I was hearing something or if hearing itself had turned into something with a pulse. At some point my legs tingled and I shifted an inch without meaning to. The bed didn't answer. Bethany didn't answer. I told myself she had fallen asleep right away and that everything my body had told me after that was the same old stories bodies tell in the dark. I told myself the breathing I heard change was only the way someone falls into deeper sleep. I told myself the rustle was the adjustment of a blanket. I told myself a lot of things that felt reasonable and didn't feel true. It's strange how those can both be true at once. I waited for the window to gray, for a bird to try a note, and decide the morning would hold it. I waited for the thin edge of the curtain to start to leak light. I waited for my mouth to remember how to form my name, and then hers, and then a harmless joke. I didn't think about monsters with heads of snakes. I didn't think about wolves or cats that weren't cats. I didn't think about fathers who cried in doorways or cameras that always went dark at the same hour. I thought about breath and how the body takes it without asking, and how sometimes that is a comfort, and sometimes it is a reminder that you are not in charge of as much as you think. When the room finally began to soften at the edges, I felt my shoulders drop a fraction. Dawn doesn't fix everything. It just draws different lines around it. I heard the small sounds a building makes when it changes from night to day, a pipe ticking, a neighbor's door, the low murmur of a radio somewhere far away. I reached for the lamp by the bed and found the switch without fumbling. Light filled the room in a calm, ordinary way. The curtains leaked a faint gray glow around the edges. The plugged-in things stayed dark because I had turned them off and unplugged them myself. Bethany lay on the bed on her side, facing away from me, one hand under her cheek in a way that made her look younger than she had looked at the venue. Her breath was slow and light again. I watched her shoulders rise and fall in a rhythm that made sense to me. I sat there another minute and then stood, legs stiff, and stretched until my back made small pops. I didn't wake her right away. I didn't need to. The room didn't need anything from me in that moment. It just wanted to be what it was, a small, quiet place at the edge of the night we had just walked through. When she did stir, it was with the confused look people wear when they wake up somewhere that doesn't belong to them. She smoothed her hair and blinked at me and then at the window, and then back at me again. "I fell asleep," she said as if I didn't know. "I'm sorry," It's okay, I said, and I meant it. Do you still want me to walk you home? Or we can get a car? She sat up slowly, eyes on the curtain. Walk me, she said. We didn't talk much on the way. The morning after Halloween is always quieter than it should be. The decorations looked tired. A plastic spider on a porch rail drooped under a thin sheen of dew. We reached the corner where she said she turned to get to her parents' place. She stopped and looked down the street and then back at me. Her mascara had smudged in the night and made soft shadows under her eyes. Thank you, she said, and gave a small, careful smile. She started down the block. After a few steps, she turned and lifted her hand in a small wave. Then she kept going until she turned and was gone. I went back to my room and opened the curtains and let the ordinary light in. I plugged the fridge back in. The hum returned and folded itself under the day like a bass note you don't think about once it's there. I turned my phone back on and watched it blink back to life. I thought about calling my sister to tell her I'd played our old game with someone new, but I didn't. I just stood there for a while, looking at the window, listening to the room breathe in the way rooms do when no one thinks about it. Every now and then, even now, I will wake in the middle of the night in a room that is perfectly safe and feel that same heavy stillness settle over me. I will listen and tell myself I hear nothing at all. I will tell myself I am older and know better, and that stories are only stories. Then I will remember the last breath I heard change in that dark, the soft rustle that moved toward me and then stopped like a thought that decided not to become a word, and I will stay very still for a while, the way you do when a feeling passes through and you are trying to tell the difference between the thing and the shadow it throws. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I hate Halloween. People act like it's harmless fun, costumes, candy, laughing kids, but the night always fills me with a steady, tight kind of dread. I have to keep getting up to open the door. I have to smile at strangers' children who shove their bags forward like it's my duty to fill them. I have to stay inside because the streets outside are a mess of bodies and cars and flashing lights, and just thinking about driving through it makes my chest tighten. Every year it's the same. Every year I tell myself to be patient, to treat it like any other noisy evening. And every year I end up counting the minutes until it's over. I set my chair by the front window so I could see the sidewalk and the street. From there, I had a clear view of the neighborhood, the dark trees, the pools of orange and white light, the wet shine on the pavement from an earlier drizzle. The air was cool, clean, and the sound of children carried in bursts, high voices, running feet, the snap of dry leaves under shoes. Packs of kids in bright costumes spread across the block like flocks of small birds. Parents walked behind them with coffee cups and tired smiles. I tried to match their patience. I tried to feel some small part of the joy they did. I didn't. The doorbell rang. I pulled in a breath, lifted the bag of Milky Way bars off my lap, and went to the door. The porch light made a pale ring on the steps, set diamonds in the wet grass, turned the brass knob warm under my hand. I opened the door and a little chorus rose up. Trick or treat! 5 kids stood there. 2 little girls in shiny princess dresses. A boy in a cheap Batman mask. A taller kid in a red devil cape with plastic horns tilted crooked on his blonde head. Their costumes were bright and clean, their cheeks pink with cold, their eyes big and shining. I put candy in their bags, 2 pieces each, then a third because I wanted them gone. One of the princesses muttered a thank you. The others were already turning. Can I have more? The voice made me look up. The devil kid was still there, holding out his bag. His blonde hair looked almost white under the porch light. His eyes were a clear, very light blue. For a second my stomach dipped, like I had missed a step in the dark. I didn't know why. He looked like any boy you'd see at the mall food court or in a school picture. Only his eyes, those eyes made something tug at the back of my memory. Sure, I said, trying to sound casual. I put 2 more bars in his bag. He didn't smile. He didn't say thanks. He just turned around and walked down the steps and blended into the other kids crossing the lawn. I shut the door, leaned my shoulder against it for a beat, then went back to the chair. The candy bag crinkled on my lap. Outside, kids crossed back and forth. A mother with a stroller paused at the curb to fix a hat. A father lifted a toddler so she could press a doorbell. I watched the devil boy join a small group at the end of my driveway. They moved on and disappeared behind the big maple tree. The street filled with more costumes. Witches. Heroes. Animals. I let my mind drift. I told myself to relax my jaw. I tried to breathe like the yoga videos always tell you to breathe. The doorbell rang again. I took the bag, stood up, and brushed my sweater down like I was getting ready to go on stage. I opened the door with a "anyway here we go" kind of smile. Trick or treat! Two little Elses who had clearly argued about who got to be the real one. A little Marshal from Paw Patrol with a plastic helmet tilted over one eye. A ninja in black from head to toe. The ninja's mask covered his mouth and nose and most of his face. Only his eyes showed, eyes that were a pale, icy blue. I told them how great they looked. I gave them candy. They giggled and bumped shoulders and turned to go, their plastic buckets bumping against their knees. "Can I have more?" the ninja asked. A chill ran through me like a draft through a crack. The voice. The exact same voice as the devil kid. Not similar. Not a coincidence. The same rhythm, same pitch, same small scrape on the end of the words. I stared at him. I tried to think of a simple answer. Maybe the devil kid had run across the street and changed costumes at a friend's house. Maybe he had a twin. Maybe I had misheard. But his eyes, those were the same eyes, cool and bright and steady. Sure, I said again. I put several more bars in his bucket. The bucket was empty. Not half full or nearly empty. Empty. At 8 o'clock on Halloween night, after who knows how many houses, his bucket didn't have a single wrapper at the bottom. "Hey," I said before I could stop myself. "Are you okay?" He didn't answer. He had already turned. He jogged down the steps, his shoes soft on the wet wood, and then he was moving through the dark toward the sidewalk. A group of boys in skeleton suits flooded past him, and when they cleared, he was gone. I shut the door, set the candy on the console table, and pressed my palms into my eyes until I saw sparks. My heart wasn't pounding, but there was a restless jump in my stomach, like when you know you forgot something important but can't remember what it was. I went back to my chair and sat with my hands folded like I was trying to keep them still. I watched without really seeing. The street noises rose and fell. Maybe I had seen those eyes before. Maybe at a store. Maybe on a flyer. Maybe in a picture somewhere. I had that feeling you get when a word sits just beyond your tongue. It wasn't just recognition. It was a feeling layered with something else. Embarrassment, maybe. Shame. That made no sense, so I pushed it away. I told myself it could not be the same kid. Kids swap masks. They copy each other. They swap costumes at the end of the night because it's funny. Or because they're bored. Or because they want to spook an adult who looks like a soft target. I told myself all of this like lines I needed to memorize. Tap. The sound was small, like a fingernail on glass. I lifted my head and looked at the window. My reflection hovered on the glass. My pale face, my dark sweater, the lamp behind my shoulder. The yard beyond was mostly shadow. The porch light drew a long silver streak across the grass. I leaned closer. Tap tap. 2 quick touches. And there, on the other side of the glass, just above the sill, a pair of eyes stared back. Pale blue. Cold as winter water. For half a second I didn't move. Then a sound came out of my throat that I didn't plan, sharp and small, and I stumbled back. The cord for the blinds brushed my hand. I yanked it without thinking. The blinds came down hard and knocked against the frame. I heard running, fast steps over the grass, almost playful, like a game, then nothing. My skin prickled. I stood there in the dark room for a long handful of seconds listening to the muffled sound of children down the block. I waited for the doorbell. I told myself I would not open the door again. Then I remembered the door stays quiet for exactly as long as the next kid takes to find the button. The bell rang. Once, then twice. I didn't move. I let it ring a third time and winced because I imagined a parent out there rolling their eyes at the grouchy woman who wouldn't open up. I forced myself to walk to the door. I glued a smile to my face that felt tight and wrong. Trick or treat! 3 children stood in a loose cluster, a fairy with gold curls, a boy in an incredible suit that bunched around his shoulders, a small girl in a pink tutu with cat whiskers drawn on her cheeks. Normal. Harmless. Not him. Relief loosened the back of my neck. I gave them candy and extra candy. They squealed like I had pulled a magic trick. I held the door longer than usual, watching them run back to a woman at the curb. She waved. I tried to wave back and almost said something friendly, just to hear my own voice. The door closed with a soft thump. The crowd outside thinned. The noise drifted away like fog. The porch light lit only empty grass. I checked the time. After 8. Most of the little ones would be in bed soon. The bigger kids would stretch it to 9 if their parents had the patience. I lifted the blinds with 2 fingers and peered out. Small clusters moved toward the main road. A group of teenagers stood under a street lamp and joked. Somewhere, someone had set up a speaker, and a burst of music cut across the dark, then faded. I let the blinds fall and sat down. I tried to read a page of a book I had left on the console. The words didn't stick. I scrolled through my phone instead. I checked the news, then cleared notifications I did not care about. The bell rang again. I sighed and got up. There were only a few candy bars left in the bag. 4, maybe 5. I told myself it would be the last group of the night, and if more came I could switch off the porch light and pretend I wasn't home. I opened the door with the bag ready. One child stood on the steps. He wore a black costume with uneven tufts of fur attached at the shoulders and elbows. The fur looked like it had been cut from an old scarf and glued on. A big plastic wolf mask covered his face. The snout curled up in a show of teeth. The eyes were yellow and round. Fake blood dripped from the mouth in shiny streaks, and had dried in the fur around his collar. The costume was messy, but something about it looked familiar in a way that made the skin on my arms tighten. "Do you want some candy?" I asked, trying to make my voice sound normal. I looked past him to the street. No one. The closest group was halfway down the block and moving away. He didn't speak. He didn't lift his bucket. He just stood there, watching me through those flat yellow eyes that the cheap mask gave him. "Can I have more?" I slammed the door without meaning to. The sound was loud in the quiet house, and it made me jump. I clicked the deadbolt. I went to the back door and turned that lock too. I checked the kitchen window. I pulled every blind in the living room and then stood in the middle of the floor with my hands on my knees like someone who had just finished a sprint. I knew that costume. I knew that exact wolf face, that exact curve of plastic teeth, that exact off-center paint on the nose. It was the sort of detail you don't notice until your mind drags you to it and refuses to let go. I pressed my fingers into my temples. I told myself to breathe slower. I wrapped my arms around my knees and sat on the edge of the couch until the room felt still. Thump. I lifted my head. Thump. The sound came from the living room. Not the door. Not the porch. Inside. "Hello?" I called, which was a useless thing to do. My voice sounded thin to my own ears. I stood up and took 2 steps. The room had gone dim, the lamps low, the corners blurry. The window blinds were down, but a slice of light fell through where the slats didn't quite meet. The floor lamp by the window made a long shape on the rug. The couch made another. Between them, there was a shape that hadn't been there before. Short. Still. Wrong. "Can I have more?" a small voice asked. I took a step backward into the doorway that led to the family room, my hands on either side of the trim like handholds. Light from the kitchen spilled over my shoulder and made the shadows behind me look deeper by contrast. My mind tried to make sense of what my eyes saw. It didn't add up. The window was shut. The door was locked. The back door was locked. No one could be here. And yet there he was, standing between the lamp and the couch, the snout of the mask aiming at me like a pointing finger. "It's okay," I said, "the way you talk to a frightened toddler who has woken up from a nap in a strange place. We'll find your parents, okay? I'll call someone, and someone will come help you." My voice shook, and I made myself swallow. Just give me 1 second." He didn't answer. He didn't move. He tilted his head like he was trying to understand a language he didn't quite speak. Then he took 1 step toward me. It wasn't a normal step. His head slanted too far to one side, like his neck didn't hold him straight. His left arm hung at an odd angle. His right foot dragged a little on the rug before it lifted. He took another step. And another. The fake blood on the mask looked darker in the half-light. The fur on his shoulders was matted down with something that gleamed wetly. His hands were small and pale and wet too. "Are you okay?" I asked, even though the question didn't fit this moment. He didn't answer. He kept walking, slow and steady, like a wind-up toy that would march straight into a wall. I fumbled for my phone on the console table behind me and found nothing. The surface was bare. I had set my phone there when the devil kid first came, I was sure of it, but now my hands slid across smooth wood. The only thing near me was the candy bag lying almost flat on the floor. I scooped it up like it was a weapon. "This?" I asked, holding it out. "Is this what you want?" He took another step. "You can have it," I said, my voice too loud in my own ears. I threw the bag at him. It hit his chest and fell. He didn't move to catch it. He didn't look down to see where it had landed. He just stepped forward again, and stood close enough that I could see the little scratches on the plastic mask near the mouth where a hand had scraped it. "Can I have more?" he asked. "I gave you more," I said. I could hear my breath. I could hear a car pass outside, the hiss of tires. I could hear my refrigerator hum in the kitchen. I could hear the little tick of the hallway clock. I couldn't hear my phone because it wasn't ringing from anywhere I could find, and that made a fresh wave of panic rise into my throat like fire. He stopped just in front of me, so close I could smell something sharp and metallic under the plastic smell of the mask. He lifted his chin a little, and the porch light that had crept around the edge of the blind cut across the face. The round yellow eyes looked up at me. "Who are you?" I shouted, because fear and anger sometimes put on each other's coats. "Why are you doing this? What do you want?" He didn't ask for more candy. He didn't ask for anything. He spoke in a tone that was softer than before, and the softness made it worse. "Do you remember me? What are you talking about?" I asked, even though a part of me had already started to understand. "Do you remember what you did to me?" he asked. The words came through the little slots in the mask where the mouth should be, and there was a tiny whistle at the end of each sentence. "Do you remember what you did 1 year ago?" Time folded all at once. The room fell away. My body felt heavy and far away, like it belonged to someone else. In my mind, I was on a different street under a different light. 1 year ago. Halloween night. The fight with Drew started before dinner and dragged till midnight. Words thrown like dishes. Old hurts pulled out like knives. The kind of fight that makes your chest feel bruised and your mouth ache from holding your teeth together. When I finally yanked the front door open, the cold hit me like a slap. I stormed to my car and got in and slammed the door so hard the sound shocked me. The engine turned over. The dashboard lights glowed, soft green and orange. My hands shook on the steering wheel. I put the car in reverse and looked down in a way as if not looking at him would make him not be there. Thump. The sound was dull and horrible, not a sound a person should ever have to hear. I froze. My hands went cold up to my elbows. For a second I didn't understand. Then I did. I put the car in park with a clumsy motion and opened the door and stumbled out into the cold, wet air. The yard smelled like damp leaves and smoke from a neighbor's fire pit. The headlights carved out 2 bright cones on the lawn. A small, crumpled shape lay on the edge of the grass, where the driveway flared toward the sidewalk. Black fabric. A plastic mask. A small hand. I ran to him and dropped to my knees. My fingers went to the mask and fumbled. It came off in a rough jerk. Blonde hair spilled out under it, sticky with something warm. His face was too still. One eye was open and very blue. The other was pressed down in a way that made my stomach twist so hard I thought I would throw up. I pressed my fingers to his neck and told myself I felt a pulse. Maybe I did. Maybe it was my own heart. I should have called 911. I should have screamed for help. I should have run back to the door and banged on it until someone answered. I did none of those things. I did the thing that sits on my chest when I try to sleep. I did the thing I cannot undo, no matter how many times I relive it. I stood up. I looked at the light in Drew's front room and imagined his face if he opened the door. I imagined neighbors walking toward me. I imagined sirens. I imagined handcuffs. I imagined what people would say when they knew. I imagined a lifetime of that. And then I got back in my car. I lifted my tires onto the grass and drove around the small body on the edge of the lawn. The car rolled down the street. My hands shook and my teeth chattered and a sound came out of me I did not know I could make. I drove until I couldn't remember where I was going. I drove until I told myself it hadn't happened the way it had. I drove and drove and drove. "Do you remember Eliza?" The boy in the wolf mask asked me now, his head tilted so far it looked like his neck would break again. Hearing my name in his little voice broke the last of the thin distance I had built in my mind. I covered my face with both hands. I slid down the wall a little. "Do you remember now?" "I do," I said. The words came out like a cough. "I do. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I was upset. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't." "Can I have more?" he asked. I lifted my head. He had taken the mask off. The plastic wolf lay on the rug at his feet, its eyes staring at the ceiling. The boy's hair was blonde and clumped in places. His face looked wrong on one side, like clay pushed in by a thumb. The left side of his skull had a flat place, and the skin there was a color skin should never be. Blood made dark streaks on his cheek. One of his eyes was deep in the socket, almost hidden. The other eye was wide and blue and clear as a winter morning. His mouth opened, and I saw broken teeth and a tongue with a dark scar through it. "Can I have more?" he asked again. "More what?" I whispered. "More time," he said. His voice changed as he spoke, still small, but with a roughness underneath, like the growl of an animal far off. "More time alive." Every part of me wanted to say yes. Not because I believed I could give it, but because he was a child, and he was asking, and I had taken that from him. My throat burned. My chest hurt like something heavy was sitting on it. "I wish I could give it to you," I said. "I wish I could give you my days like I hand someone a coat. I wish I could. I do." "You can't," he said. His pupils narrowed and then widened again, like a cat's. "Give me yours." I shook my head. I backed up a step without meaning to. He followed, quicker than before. His body moved smoothly now, like the stiffness had been a trick. He came toward me as light as a shadow. "You don't have a choice," he said. "What are you talking about?" I asked. The cold on my skin made every hair on my arms stand up. He grinned. It wasn't a kind grin or a pleading one. It showed the broken teeth. It showed the child and something not child both living behind his face. "Trick or treat," he said. Something in me broke and ran. I turned and threw myself at the door. My fingers slipped on the lock. I hauled it back and pulled the door open so hard it slammed into the table and made the candy wrappers jump. I ran. The cold air hit me like a bucket of water. The yard tilted under my feet for a heartbeat, and then leveled. I ran across the wet grass, my shoes skidding. I didn't look behind me. I didn't look at the street. I ran into the road and kept going until a voice shouted my name. A neighbor, a man from 2 houses down, came toward me fast, his hands up like he was trying to calm a skittish animal. "Eliza," he said. Hey. Are you okay?" Something in his calm voice broke the spell, and I stopped. The world rushed back in, headlights, the smell of damp leaves, laughter half a block away, the hum of a streetlight, the sting of cold air in my throat. I tried to speak. I couldn't get words to line up. My body shook and I couldn't stop it. He put a hand on my arm the way you would touch a horse. "Let's get you inside," he said. "You're freezing." That was 1 year ago. The calendar has turned over once. The season has looped back around. The trees on my street began to flame and then thinned again. Pumpkins appeared on porches. Plastic ghosts on sticks bobbed in front yards. Candy displays rose up like little mountains in aisles at the grocery store. Time moved forward, but I stayed stuck in that night. I did not call the police the next day. I told myself they would have already found him. They would have knocked on every door. Someone would have seen something. I watched the news for a story about a boy. I didn't see one. I reminded myself that not writing a check to charity doesn't mean you didn't care. I reminded myself that accidents happen. I told myself so many things that if I wrote them down, I could wallpaper a room with them. The first time I saw him again was in late September. The air had just turned, and you could feel the breath of fall in the early morning. I pulled onto my street after work and saw a small figure standing across from my house under the shadow of the maple tree. He wore black from head to toe. No mask. He faced my house with his head a little tilted. When I slowed to turn into my driveway, he looked at me, not with a fast surprise like a child caught where he shouldn't be, but calmly, like he had been waiting for me and now I had finally arrived. I drove past my own driveway and looped the block, my mouth dry. When I came around again, the space under the tree was empty. The front lawns were blank except for the late afternoon light and a jogger moving 2 blocks down. I parked and stared at the empty spot until my eyes watered. I told myself it had been a trick of the light. A shadow. A kid cutting through backyards. Someone waiting for a ride. Any answer but the one that fit the feeling. Now Halloween is 2 days away. I count hours without meaning to. I wake at 3 in the morning with my heart kicking. I stand at the sink and hold a glass of water and stare into nothing and feel the small hairs lift on my neck because I'm not alone, not really, and I don't know what being not alone means. Every evening this week, when the street grows dark, I have seen him at least once. Far off, near the corner, almost part of the shadow. Still. Patient. The first night, I backed away from the window and called a friend. I let the phone buzz and didn't leave a message. The second night, I picked up my keys and then put them down because the idea of getting in my car made my hands shake. The third night, I closed every blind and turned the television up loud. The voices on the screen sounded thin and small and far away. I have tried to think of ways to make it right. I stand in the kitchen and try to count what I owe. If I could go back to that night, I would choose differently. I would choose to undo the worst thing I have ever done. But time is not a road you can turn around on when you miss a sign. It is a cliff you go over slowly, grain by grain, until the whole hillside moves at once and drops you. I cannot climb back up. I can only stand at the bottom and look up and feel the loss. I bought candy anyway. I put the bags in the pantry, and told myself I might leave the porch light off. I told myself maybe I would drive to my sister's house and hide there until the day was over. I told myself he wasn't real, and the more I told myself that, the less I believed it. Because I know the weight of the wolf mask in my hands. I know the exact sound a small body makes when it meets the frame of a car door. I know the way light looks on blonde hair when it is wet with blood. I know those eyes. And this afternoon, as the sky went the color of steel and the wind found the gaps under my windowsills, I saw him again. Across the street. Still and small and straight. A simple black outfit. No cape. No bright shoes. Hands at his sides. watching my house as if he were listening to it breathe. When I lifted the blind to look, he did not flinch. When I let the blind fall again, the slats clicked together and shut him out. It felt childish and useless, like pulling a blanket over your head to keep the monsters away. But I did it anyway. I do not know what will happen in 2 days. I do not know if he will ring the bell and ask, "Can I have more?" in that small voice with its strange little scrape at the end of the words. I do not know if he will wait under my window and tap the glass. I do not know if he will walk into my house the way mist moves into a field in the morning. I only know that he has asked for what I cannot give, the time I used up in a single terrible second. I only know that I have already heard his last trick and last demand. And I only know that when night comes and the little ones in their bright costumes crowd up to the porch, somewhere behind them, out of sight at the edge of the light, a small figure will stand in black with a ruined face hidden behind a plastic wolf that still smells like last year's leaves. He will wait. He will watch. He will tilt his head a little, like he did on the lawn, and then maybe he will smile the wrong kind of smile with the wrong kind of teeth, and he will whisper the only words he ever needed to say to me. Trick or treat.